And a good day to you, Columbus. It is the day of days today, the Explorer Nation Day of Giving, our second annual Day of Giving. Last year was such a success. We can't wait to see what we're going to do this year. I'm happy to be joined by, of course, the president of Columbus High School, Mr. Tom Kruzak, and the vice president for advancement, Mr. Nick Ramos. Tom, talk about Giving Day and how important it is to our institution.
Morning, John. It's great to be with you. I got my coffee cup here. I'm ready to go. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a good day, though. Giving Day is really important to us because it raises money for us. There's so many things that we need to do here at the school. There's so many tasks that we need to do. There's so many costs that we need to do. There's so many boys who need our help. And the money is important to us. That's a critical thing that we do today. But I think, John, the other thing that's really important to us is how we connect with our classes, how our classes come together, how they compete. We always find a way to compete, right? And I think that's one of the things that makes it a special day. We kind of take over social media, and it's a fun day as well.
Nobody loves competition like Explorer Nation. And it's so great to be here live in the war room with Mr. Nick Ramos. Nick, you want to give us an update on how things are going off? We're off to a fine start.
We are off to a pretty good start. So this morning we launched at about midnight. We're already about $31,000 in, creeping up on $32,000. Much more to go. Our goal is pretty lofty. It's $500,000 before midnight this evening. So we're going to need all of Explorer Nation to contribute, to participate, and give back to a cause that we all hold very dear to our hearts. And to your point, gentlemen, about the competition, the class of 97 coming in strong, leading the board right now with 6.35%, followed by the class of 2011, and then Mr. Flash Fernandez's esteemed class of 1984.
Well, it's going to be a very long day. Fellas, give early, give often. We're looking forward to various special guests coming into the war room today. It's going to be a lot of fun today, and nothing is more enjoyable than seeing explorers compete. And so we're going to have a lot of special guests. We look forward to spending more time with you. Thank you to everyone who's helped set this up. We'll be here all day. And like I said, give early, give often. We look forward to seeing you. Tom?
One more thing.
Yes, sir.
Give early, often, and give till it hurts.
Give till it hurts. Okay.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, fellas. We'll be back soon.
Thank you.
with the other one.
Take this patient more up and look young.
All right, Explorer Nation, we're back live from the War Room on Giving Day, and I am joined by our esteemed athletic director, two-time Hall of Famer, Mr. Chris McKeon, and our head football coach, fellow Hall of Famer, Mr. David Dunn. Gentlemen, thank you for being here today. It's an honor and a privilege to share the table with you. Mr. McKeon, as athletic director, you are in a unique position. Tell our alumni how much their donations benefit our school.
John, obviously, we have an outstanding athletic program, but we couldn't do it without the alumni and their support. Each team is budgeted very generously by the school, but the extras that the alumni provide through their generous donations just take it to the next level. Under Mr. Krusek and Mr. Pugh, we've always had a good athletic program, but with their leadership, we've gone from good to great. And I think that is because of the facilities. You look at the wellness center, the fitness center, the AstroTurf on both the baseball and the football field, the new lights, all of these things come at tremendous expense to the school that the alumni has stepped up and certainly made possible for our student athletes. And that's why we can compete not only on the state level, the Dade County level, but on the national level.
You know, Mr. McKeon, to your point, we are a national program now. It's one thing to get there. It's another thing to remain there. And we, despite our facilities, we've got some items we need to replace. We've got a field, the lights that you mentioned, and stress how important it is to stay on top and how difficult it is.
Well, it's really hard to get where we've gotten, John, but it's really harder to stay.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we've all seen the schools that are there for 1 or 2 years, but the thing that Columbus High School has been admired for throughout the state of Florida is our consistency. We're always there. We don't always win the state championship, but we're always in the hunt. We're not a one and done or 2 years and done, and nobody's ever here from us again. I think, and that's a credit to the alumni and what they do in constantly trying to make our facilities better. And they take great pride in having this school and the facilities better than when they went here. They want the kids to have something that maybe they didn't have when they were here. And they want our student athletes to take a backseat to no one in the facilities.
Pay it forward, Mr. McKeon.
I agree.
Coach Dunn, you've been back 5 years now, and you coached in a lot of places, very high levels. I think one of the things that helped draw you back, aside from the people that you knew at Columbus, is the facilities and the support of our alumni. And talk a little bit about how much our facilities have benefited your program.
I agree with you, John, in terms of the support the alumni give. I would not have wanted to come back to Columbus if it wasn't for the strength of our alumni. You know, both physically, our alumni come to so many games. Our alumni tailgatings are legendary.
They are legendary.
And then the financial support they've given us in terms of, you know, some of the things that Chris stressed. Our weight room and our strength program, second to none in the state of Florida, and some of the best in the entire country. And the dollars that our alumni give to provide us those kind of things to make our football program better. It's just amazing here at Columbus High School.
You know, Dave, and you're in a unique position, aside from facilities and everything else. We're not a school of rich kids. That's a fact. And the other aspect of giving is the money that so many of our alumni donate to the Caring Hearts Fund, to the Fred Foyo Scholarship. You've seen firsthand what that money does for our kids. And talk a little bit about how our kids benefit on a daily basis, facilities aside.
You know, I feel Columbus High School in itself is a school for everybody. It's not for, it's all different kind of socioeconomic backgrounds make up our school and also make up our football program. So I've seen firsthand just the money given by the alums to help, you know, provide our guys that do not have the means to, you know, pay for their own lunch or any kind of the extracurricular activities that might cost something that they cannot reach in their own pocket and be able to afford. Our alums step up consistently and provide that for all of our students.
And, you know, you've been at the college level for a long time, or we're at the college level for a long time. This is a high school doing this. It's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, when I was thinking about, you know, moving to Florida because of a situation in my family, my mother-in-law was ill. I was only really looking at taking college jobs. When the Columbus job came open, I told my wife I wanted to do it. She said, you said you wouldn't go back to high school. And I said, Columbus is different. And it's different in a lot of ways. And I think what makes it different is you come back here and it's like I never left because, you know, the alums remembered, you know, the first time I was here and how they welcomed me the first time. I felt that tenfold when I returned, you know, 5 years ago.
Well, 4 titles in 5 years. We're happy about that. Mr. McKeon, we have how many state championships?
22.
Responsible for 21 of those.
Well, I would say
Indirectly,
responsible, but I,
oversaw.
you know, John, one of the things I think are very important is certainly the football team. We're very proud of it, but our athletic program, top to bottom,
Yeah.
you know, and what they produce year in and year out is amazing. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Our swimming team, our bowling team, our golf team, our cross-country team, track, basketball, 3 state championships, wrestling. You know, I everybody does their thing and does it very, very well. And so I think that's something the alumni should all be very proud of too. It's not just this aspect of athletic, overall athletic program. And what Dave said about the alumni, when you and I were working together, I can remember we had a young boy that couldn't afford to go to the prom.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah.
An alumni just came in and paid for the whole thing and a limousine for the young man to go, which, and he was not an athlete. He was just a regular kid that used to come into our office. So these are the stories that nobody ever really hears about at Columbus High School, but go on daily about alumni reaching out to help fellow explorers.
Hot item off the press here in the war room. The class of 1978, it's my class done. We have moved to 3rd place. 1984, you've been pushed out of the running by the old guys from 78. So take that, Mr. Flash. And as we move on, nobody does it better than Dave Dunn and Chris McKeon. Thank you guys for joining us. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, John.
And by the way, Explore Nation, an important point, anybody who donates more than $5,000, we're going to ring the bell. So hopefully we will ring the bell early and often today. Thank you, fellas.
Thank you, John.
Okay.
Adelante.
Explorer Nation, we're back to the War Room Giving Day. Very happy to be joined by an outstanding member from the class of 1993. He set the tone last year for Giving Day. Jose Salone, welcome. And Explorer Nation, it's Jose's 49th birthday. Ring the bell, Jose. Outstanding. Now, last year, you, in all seriousness, you did set the tone. You made a very generous donation. There's a couple questions. One.
When I came to Columbus, my mother had to put Columbus on credit card because we couldn't afford to come to Columbus. And it was a dream of mine since I graduated that one day I would be able to put a kid who came from a single mother family in Columbus. And so I saved my pennies, and last year I was able to make that gift. And I was very proud to have done so. So there's a current sophomore today that's going through the school as a result of my mom's struggles.
You know, I think there's nothing better for us who attended here, as we were saying earlier, to pay it forward. And the fact that you are in a position to do so, you didn't have to, you chose to, and you can give to many funds. What made Columbus special?
It made me the man that I am today, from soup to nuts. You know, I know that I speak like the masses when I say you're probably my favorite teacher I've ever had. So just having teachers like you who made me want to dig so deep into a subject and just appreciate the learning of everything, right? And just the brotherhood that you learn, the teachers that you respect. I mean, I taught how to code here. There's, you know, with Ms. Como, there's so many different things that I learned, you know, in the football field. Those things have made me the man that I am today. So as I've grown in my profession, and as I've continued to do decent financially, I just always wanted to give to a cause. And I've given for the last 30 years, right? Since I graduated, volunteerism is a big part of my being and my family's. And giving a couple $1,000s here and $1,000 there and so on and so forth was good, and it helped a lot of causes. But there was always one place that I wanted to make a difference, and actually, you know, one person wanted to impact it. That's what it's about. It's you know, we've got 1,800 kids in the school, and if everybody, you know, impacted one of those kids, and that kid then impacted one, you know, that just that grows, and that's all I wanted to do is just help one, and you know, luckily I've done that so far, and we're on our way to a second.
You know, we all stand on the shoulders of giants, and the fact that we are a generational school in so many ways, in teachers that have come back, teachers that never leave this place, and in our alumni that continue to give. You know, that's got to be an amazing feeling, knowing there's some kid walking the halls like you did all those years ago and benefiting from your generosity. And we can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
You know, as you walk around, go back to 1993. What do you think when you see this place today?
I've been wondering ever since 1993 what it was that we did that had Brother Kevin leave the next year. I don't know. He was the pillar of our school. Then he left. I'm not sure what happened. Thank God he came back.
I think his services were needed elsewhere, but we had some characters back then. You know, we did.
We certainly did. You know, it's so interesting because a lot of places have been fully modernized that you don't recognize the institution that you went to. But Columbus still has its personality. That you know, my son's now a sophomore, so last year when I stepped into the classrooms, I had the career day. I've been back to the school for years, but I had never sat in a seat in a classroom listening to a teacher. I was completely brought back. I mean, same building, different chairs, right? And there's whiteboards now, better chairs, better technology. I was a child again. I was a kid. It was so surreal. And the same thing. Look, I love what we're doing with the A building. I love what we're doing across the board. But you know, at least now there's still certain places that I go to, and I was like, I was here. If I go to the chapel, you go to the chapel. I was a big campus ministry guy. There's God lives in that chapel. Like that's one of the places. I was in youth group before I got here to Columbus, but I spent every morning, I was one of those kids, every morning I would go and spend a little bit in the chapel before going to class. And when I go back there, God is there. That's there's a few places in the world you go to and you're like, that's where he is for me. And that's a place where God is every day, and that's in my alma mater, and so it means the world.
We are Marist. From the blackboard to the smart boards and everything in between. Thank you for everything you've done, my brother. Always good to see you.
Always a pleasure.
Ring the bell one more time for your birthday.
Happy birthday.
Pride.
Thank you.
Florida Nation, we're back live from the, joined by two mainstays from the class of 2003, Ozzie Gonzalez, Albert Tamayo, both integral parts of the Columbus community. Both have done so much in so many different ways. Thank you guys for being here. Oz, we'll start with you. You have supported Columbus without hesitation, very under the radar for a long time. And you know, you now handle so much important stuff for Columbus High School. Again, I'm going to ask you what I asked Jose earlier. Why?
Well, kind of like what Jose said, the school is what made me. Part of the relationships I have, the friendships I have, and every man today came from these walls. And that's basically why I give back. I want other kids to have the same opportunity that I did. So that old saying, there's no better investment than in oneself. Well, this is investing in oneself, investing in the school.
That's pretty deep right there. That's very impressive. Very impressive. Albert, you had a very nice career. Okay. You chose to come to work here. Why? What was the underlying factor that drew you back?
The opportunity to do something and to be able to be here and be part of the next 30, 40 years and then beyond of what the school's gonna be. I have two boys. My nephews, you know, Ozzie's kids, Mike's kids, Omar's kids, Chris Macy and Junior's kids, those are my nephews. They're gonna be here at one point. So being able to take this from where it is now, seeing it from where it was when we were here to what it is now, then the vision that we have with Tom and Nick and the entire team is kind of why I want to be here, why I want to be part of it.
You know, you just had a great point. Look back over the last 20 years, you proudest of when you look at the Columbus of today as opposed to the Columbus when you guys were here being the characters that you were back then?
I would say we've always had a culture to promote entrepreneurship
Yeah.
and building something greater than yourself. And this school has shown from start to finish over 20 years how we've rebuilt ourselves and continued to grow. Just the way we do in the community, the way we've done it on the campus, the way our programs have evolved. Just look at I spoke recently at the entrepreneurship palooza, like it's just, the school has evolved in so many ways. Just not only athletically, academically, the facilities are, we look at university.
We do. That is a really good point. And both of you, I was thinking as you were speaking, entrepreneurship, the explorer spirit. We have very, very intelligent kids here, no question about it. They do very well. But it seems that we have so many guys that were your basic phase 3 guys that find a way to succeed and talk about how important that is that we are an inclusive school.
Well, that's one of the things that I spoke about when we did the palooza recently.
Yeah.
The most important thing in the world is what you build in this school, which is the brotherhood. To your right and left are going to be your friends and your relationships forever. And that's how you're going to build your entrepreneurship. And there's two types of entrepreneurs. There's entrepreneurs that build something, but then there's people that come and work for somewhere else and treat it as their own. That's an entrepreneur. And that person is just as vital as the one that built it. So those are things that the school builds.
I think we do have a sense of ownership as alumni.
100%. And to answer your the original question, to me, it's the brotherhood. It's how after 10 years, after 20 years, and you know, we have our 30-year reunion and so on. You know, those relationships still stand, and those stories still hold, and we're able to really connect in a way that maybe you don't see it when you're a student here, but as you go, and maybe not quite evident in the first 5 years post Columbus, but 10, 15, 20 years, it truly is something that it's real. I know it sounds like a catchphrase. I know we use it to you know, get everybody to come back and to donate and to be part of it, but it truly is a brotherhood that's hard to explain, and unless you're part of it, it really is something different, something special. Now working here, seeing it, being part of the finance team, you see it, the brotherhood, how these alumni are giving back, and specifically with the scholarships, the Caring Heart Funds, the stuff to help kids here that they're probably never going to know, and they're never going to be able to see them or maybe see the fruits of their donation. But just the fact that we have people that are actively donating, and Ozzy's one of the leaders when it comes to that, to help kids get to Columbus, to make life easier for them while they're here. It truly is special, and it kind of like the brotherhood in action.
You know, it is a cliche, but all cliches are based on fact. This is a brotherhood, and both of you, as successful businessmen, have seen that our kids, yes, we build great buildings. There's no question about that. We have great facilities, but our kids get taken care of here. And so the generosity that you guys afford to us helps kids in ways that you may not understand, but we truly appreciate. And I'll tell you, being of a certain age now, to sit here with you guys all these years later in a different relationship, obviously, but those feelings, they don't go away, do they? No, and that's what we're very proud of. And personally, I want to thank you very much, both of you. Time, treasure, your donations, everything you do. And hot off the presses, we got an update. You guys are not in the picture, by the way. You better change it soon.
Call outs.
Good news. You want to ring the bell, Oz? We have hit $40,000. That's the league, followed by the class of 2011, and the old dudes from 1978 are hanging tough in third. Like I said, I don't see 03 here. Take a good look. It's there. Do something about it. So
We will. I think the first person we have, Chris McKeon.
Chris McKeon, where are you, Chris McKeon Jr.?
03's in sixth place.
You moved up.
Sixth place? You don't get anything for sixth place.
No participation trophies.
For the longest time, we have made the claim that the class of 03 is the most successful class currently that Columbus had. We have 6 current employees. We have myself, Director of Admissions, Mike Marinelli, 2 department leaders in Javier Mira and Philip Santamaria, have varsity coach and counselor Jason Hill, Danny Rodriguez, all current Columbus employees. We have a Super Bowl champion in Pat Lee. We have a World Series champion in John Jay.
Yes.
2-time Michelin star winner in Michael Beltran. You guys would probably know him as Chuck, entrepreneur. Like Ozzy, there's a multitude of 03 guys who own their own businesses, either insurance, accounting, finance, lawyer. We have executives in Fortune 100 companies, the aforementioned Chris McKeon Jr. from Home Depot in the talent department. Guys, it's time to step up. If I could make a shameless plug for the scholarship fund, which is my favorite, that goes a long way. Just a couple bucks feeds a kid for one day lunch. The tater tots, they're still here, and they're just as good as they were 20 years ago. So, whatever you guys can donate, but let's just come out here and get to the top. Like I said, I could sit here all day. They give me the camera to go through all the accolades to go through. We have the number 2 poker player in the world, class of 03, Nick Smith. Bet you didn't know that one.
Well, these are points taken.
Yeah.
But you're still in sixth place.
That guy's back.
Let's go.
It's still, we have a lot of,
take a nap soon.
yeah. So the warm milk that I hit in and 03 guys are gonna wait. A lot of guys in the West Coast also, Nick Unit, not Nick Unit, Diaz. Okay, fighter. 4-time Grammy winner, Garcia.
Yeah.
Okay. Emmy, sorry, Emmy. Yeah, you can't say. Emmy winner. Like I said.
Okay. Put your money where your mouth is, my friend.
Well, I hope it'll make me look bad, but I come up giving all this.
Exactly. Pressure's on. There's nothing like peer pressure. It worked when you were 17. It's going to work today.
Absolutely.
And remember, guys, it's not how much you give, it's the fact that you gave. Give $5, that boosts us up.
Actually, we $20 minimum.
Oh, 20 is the minimum. All right. Jesus.
Yeah, no, you guys were cheating last year by percentages. People were donating a penny.
Oh, that's best.
It caused a horrible, horrendous problem. So no, $20
And
minimum.
you guys don't try to give to all five funds, it's gonna stop you. So.
Don't change your name either. We had some bad names last year. So you gentlemen, appreciate your support, appreciate your friendship. Thank you for being here. Explore Nation will be back in just a minute. Adelante. Thanks, boys.
We have a video ready.
Explorer Nation, we're back in the war room with two very distinguished graduates, people I hold very dear to my heart. Coach Alex Trujillo, Hall of Famer from the class of 1996. Andres Fernandez representing the next wave of greatness from the class of 2015. Been 10 years already.
Yeah, it's been fast.
You know, both of you have done so many things here. You're an alumni dad as well. In the years that you've been here, Alex, how much have you seen alumni support change the trajectory of this school?
It's been fantastic to see how the student, you don't get to see it as much. You don't get to see the power of the brand or the power of the brotherhood, but being a teacher, being father of two alums, and then obviously now as a dean, just seeing everyone come back. The amount of events we're holding is really bringing people back together again. And the coolest thing is getting guys from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. We're all staying. That's the reality of it. But it's been great to see everyone get back together again and just to see the brand just grow as strong as it can.
You know, it's been 10 years, as we just mentioned. When you came back, you think it was like, wow, all these things are happening and they continue to happen.
Yeah, no, this is an incredible place to work. It was an incredible place to go to school. And, you know, in the last 10 years, our school has grown exponentially and I'm thankful that I get to teach in, you know, these environments and coach in an environment that, you know, I didn't necessarily have, you know, which was, it was a great community, great place, but to see the facilities grow, it's something that I'm grateful for and that we want to continue to push moving forward as an institution.
Both of you chose to come back here. I know it's what you wanted to do. I know it's what you wanted to do. How important is the fact that we have so many teachers here? How important is that to our traditions?
Extremely, just to keep the bloodline, the lifeline of the school, vision of the school. And it's also important, even for those that are not alum, when they do come in, that they're being taught by an alum how important our school is and how important our brand is and how important our brotherhood is. So the reality is, I think it's one of, in my opinion, it's one of the top three things. Not that it's mandatory, but it's important to at least have someone or have some knowledge of what Columbus means and how important it is to them. No, I'm grateful for the teachers that I had at the school that were alumni, and I want to be a great example for the next educators that are coming through our school that are actually sitting in my classroom. So we are keepers of the charism, and I really believe that this is what makes this institution so special, is that people come back and they take back to our institution. Remember, he's like 67 years old. Yeah, he's like,
No, he's an old soul.
it says to
He's a
15,
very-
but he was here in 59, 60, 78.
He played against Carter. Yeah,
Him and Carter Burns are the oldest alumni.
that's awesome. Your walkie-talkie's going off. You know, you're a very busy man. You've been in a unique position and you've done so many things here. Try to explain to our alumni how your generosity is to the average kid at this school. They may not see it. You see it on a daily basis. The difference a donation can make in the life of a kid.
You know who started to see it a lot is our kids, because we're talking about it so much.
Okay.
Alumni now are involved in all parts of Columbus, right? So even from athletics moving into the clubs, they're hearing about these men of Columbus coming back to the school, donating their time. We forget about that sometimes, how much time is given by our alum back, and besides the money, but there's a name, there's a face, there's recognition now.
Yeah.
You know, now they know. So for instance, you know, back in the old locker room, we used to hang pictures of older players in the 70s and 80s. So we used to lie to them and tell them this was their locker. But the reality was, it wasn't so much about their locker, it was, now I know who these individuals
Exactly.
are.
Yeah.
So you can never put a dollar amount on how important these alum are, but it's great to now see. I recognize that I just spoke to him. He came in and spoke to my class. Career Day to me is another great time when guys come in and you're able to bridge the generations, bridge the years. Be the common bond between the kid that's in the nineties and the 2000s. But a lot of that's been brought about by stories that alum have told.
Yeah.
I remember what it was like in the 60s and 70s and 80s, and now they can now say, well, guess what? Alum teacher told me that this is what happened, and now there's a connection. And they can bring those to their kids
And the bond is like that. Since
instantaneously.
you went to Columbus, boom,
Instantaneously.
that is awesome. How does it feel as a younger guy? Carrying on the traditions that started way back and have gone from various people to Coach Trujillo to you. You feel the pressure, or do you take pride in it?
No, I wouldn't say pressure. I take an immense amount of pride in, teaching our students here at our school. To be one of 75 alumni that have come back to teach is something that I'm very proud of. But I don't necessarily think that you all put pressure on us, but I do know that we have a great responsibility, and I know that we're here to make positive impacts in the lives of our students. So I guess that's the only pressure. Just be fundamentally students and the people around me.
I think it's a good pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, speak about it a lot. Like I want these young guys involved in all work. Sometimes we even say, we invite them to meetings. Hey, I want you to participate in this meeting. I want you to see what it'll be like in the next 10, 15 years. These guys are the next generation.
Yes, they are.
And you all have been great to us, especially the younger alumni that have come. So I'm grateful for everything that you all have taught me, and that students, and honestly, take forth for the rest of my career here at Columbus.
And we hope it's a long career.
Yeah, it's a long career. That's the goal.
And I want to thank you. Go ahead.
Just happy to be here with you.
I feel like I'm grateful to be on the podcast.
I came into his room. You were 822.
Yeah.
I took over for 822. So
Yeah.
there's a long line of great teachers that have been in 822. So
A lot of things happened in that region, Coach Trujillo.
a lot of good for you. Don't forget.
Hall of Fame this year. This is newest member of the Columbus Hall of Fame this year.
Yes.
Good time. Best. You know what that means? You've been here a long time, bro. That's what that means. Listen, I want to thank both of you.
No, thank you.
And you guys out there understand what your generosity does. It means a great deal. And hot off the press, we are well over 300 donations already with a long time to go. Andres, would you like to ring the bell for that?
Let's go.
Let's go. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We're back. Nation, here we are by two outstanding men. Class of 2016, Korean track coach, state champion, son of a classmate, Nia Reese's, again, this music in the state of Florida, almost 25 years, a quarter of a century here at Columbus High School. Mr. Keith Cooper, thank you guys for joining us. It is a pleasure. Coop, we were just talking a second ago. You did not go to Columbus.
I did not.
But I forget that sometimes because you have assimilated into the true definition of a Columbus guy. How long did it take you to figure this place out?
I was very fortunate enough here in the old K building. Yeah, in the K building, I had one neighbor in the whole building, really. I was on the 3rd floor and my one neighbor was OB.
Oh,
And
of all the neighbors
if there was someone that you could, have as a person that would guide you and say, hey, this is how this happens and this is what you don't say, and make sure you say nice things to these kind of people. But he really was honestly, I have no idea. I don't think I could have done it. We talked every single day and I just listened more than anything. He always had such wise things to say and he kind of just helped me navigate through my first year. It was my first year of teaching ever. I was like right out of college, so I was just a punk, musician, and he guided me through the ways and got me moving and grooving. So.
Wisdom of an old man.
Of course. Yeah.
Now, both of you, speaking of, were so young when you started here, or looked so young, you were both confused for students at times, Often, yes, it still happens. It still happens. You can speak directly, though, to the impact donations have had on the music program at this school. I mean, I'm not blowing smoke at you. You could make a nice living as a professional musician. You choose to stay here. And I think part of the reason, part of the reasons are the facilities you now have. Talk about what our alumni, the direct impact they've had on the music program at Columbus High School.
I mean, I think it's very obvious when people walk in, like Mike Marinelli comes through on tours every day with, all the kids in middle schools and elementary schools, and everyone is just like, oh my God, this is the nicest room I've ever seen. And they're like, well, you have a recording studio as well. And they look at all the guitars on the wall, and those guitars come from donations, and they're not just instruments that I, having that much extra stuff and all the equipment that we put there it's not just for class. It's kind of nice. And I heard Trujillo talking about the brotherhood. It's for kids that come in and they come after school and maybe they don't have an instrument with them and they could just grab one of these instruments that were donated, and money that was used and there's so many kids that make friends and they meet each other, meet new people, just, hey, you want to play something together? And they grab a guitar, like sit down on the drums, and random kids meet people and they start bands and they know each other for the rest of their life. To me, that's awesome. And that's an after school thing or before school thing. It's just random kids meeting each other, being able to use the facilities and all the equipment that we have here to not just play music, but to like make new friends and make, relationships for life. But also the facilities that we have here and the donations they're top of the line. We can record anything in our classroom.
Fact.
And we have top of the line musical gear, just everything. And I tell the kids, I was like, you are so fortunate that there's been people that have hooked you guys up through the years, and you get to come to a place where, everything's here for you. You have perfect equipment. They're lucky, lucky to be here. And for me, it's amazing because I can offer them the opportunity to just have a great experience. And
music is a universal language.
Sure is.
And you're doing a great job down there. You are at the different end. You're a long line of explorers. It was a pleasure. I went to grade school, for that matter. You and your brother were here. What made you come back? And we know we really worked hard to get you in here because you really, really wanted to be here. So why?
This school gave a lot to me. Through my 4 years, I definitely went through my struggles, and the school taught me how to become a man once I left this place.
Yeah.
And my first goal was just to kind of give back for 1 year. That was the goal. He called me to coach. He's like, I need you to help me coach for 1 year. I got you for 1 year. After this year, you're on your own. Find another assistant. Now it's year 8 of coaching, year 4 of counseling. And yeah, after 1 year of coaching, you see how much you can make on one individual. Team doing it, make an impact on them, it makes a big difference, and it makes you as a counselor. Now it's not just my cross country or track.
Yeah.
That I could kind of guide through high school, career, and one thing that comes into me once I.
And it's amazing the amount of support that cross country has. The brotherhood of cross country is amazing. The Hellions, they're a different breed. Well, you got to be crazy to anyway. So there's that. But those guys are very dedicated.
Epic. Our alumni base for the Hellions, we call it. They help them and their support and how much they give to the program and everything they do for us. Be the program today. With them, we have alumni coming every Thursday. We have alumni state evening when we go to North Carolina. Alumni are in. Several phone calls, several messages all the time. Like it's never ending, And the thing is, like the best thing that we do have, Columbus as the Hellions is our alumni base, and that's what keeps us growing every year. I think since I started, we had around like 25 kids on the team.
Yeah.
Now we're almost up to 60 kids on the team. And it just shows that how many students and athletes just want to be part of the program. And it just shows the Hellions, like without them and the support that they give us and the motivation that they have and the impact they have and their stories they bring to the boys. If we didn't have that, like we wouldn't be where we are today and the success we have.
I'm going to say one name to both of you guys. Fred Foyle. Amen. What did he do for you?
Yeah, Foyle. He changed the way I live my life. He was someone that he taught me, if you really want to be someone, like you're the only person that's gonna go and get it. Because when I was first coaching and getting out of like college or within college and coaching with him, I thought everything was kind of like, oh, that's gonna be given to me. Because that's how my life was kind of set up. With Foyle pushing me and driving me to be a person individually and spiritually and athletically, like without him, I wouldn't have had the success I've had today. And the one thing he told me that made the biggest impact on myself is you need to know the athletes as an individual before an athlete.
Perfect.
And that's what gave me that opportunity to set myself apart and build this relationship with the students and with the athletes to get ourselves to,
No, and we have the Fred Foyle Scholarship Program here, which is invaluable. Helps the kids that Fred went out of his way to help. We've got the Beer Fest over the 12th, and you, sir, went above and beyond. Guarantee we're going to have a band play that day, and we deeply appreciate the fact that they're all alumni.
Yeah.
Coming back to play the Beer Fest.
Yeah, driving down from Florida State and Gainesville. They're coming down and we have one guy senior is playing drums. The guitarist is at University of Florida, and the bass player is from FSU, and they were like, of course we'll do it. We'll be there. And they're super excited and ready to go.
Yeah. And they're going to rip.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
No question.
They have a responsibility.
They do have a responsibility and an obligation.
Yeah.
Listen, can't thank both of you enough, and it means a great deal from the son of alumni and New Yorker, true Columbus guys. And Coop, I'm going to give you the privilege of ringing the bell because hot off the presses, you guys put us over the top. We're at $50,000.
Yeah.
Thank you, fellas.
All right.
Pleasure. Thanks. Yeah. Okay.
I was going to be here 1 year too.
Yeah, it's funny how that works out. Explorer Nation, we're back in the war room with a very special guest, dear friend for a long time, 45 years an Explorer educator. Yes, you started when you were 10, no question about that. Maria Foyo, thank you for joining us, Maria. You know, we were just talking to the guys about the beer fest, the brew fest. How much would that mean to Fred? I mean, come on.
First of all, he loved beer, so.
Yes, there's that.
And the fact that all these alumni are coming back in his name and to help such a great cause, which is the scholarship that we've been giving to these very deserving students. I don't think he would ever even think that this would have been done for him, because he was so humble and he just would never think that this would happen, but he would have.
Faces on a beer can.
I know.
Only at Christmas can that happen. And we're so proud of it, and we're so proud of him that what you've done over 45 years, you have seen directly the impact alumni support has had on this.
Absolutely.
When you think of what we taught with blackboards and chalk and everything else, and now, how much does it mean to you as mother, alumni mom, that these guys who are now, you know, 40s, 50s, 60s, whatever, continue to support their high school? You're living proof of what they do.
Well, speaking about my sons, their best friends are all the alumni that graduated with them. And I was telling my freshmen yesterday that what makes Columbus special is that brotherhood that is formed. It's just automatic. It's, I suppose, them being together for 8 hours a day and sharing and pushing and laughing, and it's so special for all of us to see these kids grow. And the alumni, it's just everywhere I go that I see an alumni, it's just so special. They buy me, like, they pay for my dinner and I don't even know who paid for that. And they laugh and they tell the waitress, tell her that was on us. And it's like, it's so special how generous our alumni are and how they help each other to find jobs. That is so special. I can speak from my son, one of my sons who has a job now because of an alumni. And it's just very special to have him.
Over you. And, you know, guys, if you can donate to anything, it's in the scholarship donation. There is no better program here than the Fred Floyd Scholarship, because Fred went out of his way to help the kids that needed help. And his legacy lives on through this, and it lives on through you. Can't thank you enough, and I know you got to get back.
Yes.
Pre-count, I couldn't even spell pre-count, so thank you, Maria. Okay, we'll see you later. Explorer Nation back live from the War Room, Columbus Giving Day. Proud to be flanked by two members of an outstanding family, class of 1997. Columbus Hall of Famer, UM Hall of Famer, NFL career, president of TGI Tire, huge benefactor to this school, Mr. Joaquin Gonzalez. Thank you, brother. And first father and son combo of the day from the class of 2025, varsity quarterback, Moss Scholar, you're on a poster around here. Yes, you are. Vinny Gonzalez. Thanks for being here, Vinny. And thanks to the benefits of Columbus technology, we're about to bring in from the class of 1986, your elder brother, Tony. Let's see if this is going to work. How about that? Hey, Tony.
What up, Coach? What up, Coach? How you doing?
You're on the road.
I'm on the road. I'm passing through Savannah as we speak.
It's great to see you. Oh, you by Savannah?
Yeah, actually, yeah. I was just telling the guys that you have a side gig here, up here by Atlanta.
There you go. Yeah, we do.
Her name is Savannah, you said?
Yeah, no. Speaking of progress, and thank you for being here, Tony.
Yes, sir.
The class of 1997 has broken the 10% participation percentage. You're leading the way. Go ahead and bring it in. Let me ask you a question, and to you, Tony. You guys have done very well at TGI. Congratulations on that, your hard work. You can support so many different causes. Why Columbus High School? Why?
Well, from my standpoint, it's about the brotherhood and the meaning that the school has had for me personally. You know, in my formation as a youngster, I only had the privilege of attending Columbus my senior year, and it was so impactful that one year that's why it's that I want to be a part of and something that I see on a daily basis out in the community as what the brotherhood means and what it does for the younger generations coming up now and seeing that brotherhood entrenched in the community. So I think it's an important thing to support such an institution that has that kind of an impact on people's lives.
And the fact that you were here for 1 year is amazing. Yep. You still care so much, and we appreciate that, Tony.
Yeah, to echo Tony's sentiment, I mean, for me, I was fortunate enough to be here 4 years, and one of the greatest things, it had such a tremendous impact on the formation of me as a young kid coming in and coming through the halls of Columbus and being exposed to guys from all walks of life. And I think that's one of the things, the melting pot that exists at Columbus. Maybe that isn't spoken enough about, and that's what makes our culture so unique. And there's a lot of brotherhoods out there, but for some reason, the Columbus one seems to grow stronger as every year that passes. And it crosses just, I'm not just tight with the 97 guys, I'm tight with some of the 25 guys, some of Vinny's friends, or, you know, so it's amazing to have that impact and have that line that kind of holds us together.
Somebody was saying earlier, one of the guys, it does, I think it was Trujillo, it doesn't matter when you went to school, you know, 60s guys, 90s guys, you know, 20, 25 guys, we're all explorers. And how does it feel to see what your uncle's done, what your dad's done, and to reap those benefits? It's gotta be.
I mean, yeah, it's obviously a great feeling knowing that, like, that everyone here is that my dad or everything that my dad is kind of, I'm giving a lot of things. And at the time, it's something that I think the biggest thing is just the fact that always, like, I have someone that I can relate to at home, or like whenever things are stressing me, I need help with anything. I have someone that's been through it before at the exact same school with a lot of the same teachers and same classrooms, all that. So I think that kind of helps me. It's like I'm never really alone. And like what he said, it's not just him. Like My uncle's been there. My cousin's here now.
Yeah.
Like everything like that. Like we all have the same experience in a way, and it kind of helps that like I'm not the only one that's gone through this or is going through it now.
Because there's so many fathers. It's such a tradition. And now we're getting into 3 generations, which is really quite something.
Crazy.
It is crazy. And what is great is that your guy, 7 guys are crazy. Let's just make that very clear. You people are not normal, okay? But you are incredibly generous. And you had a great point earlier, Joaquin, the melting pot of this place. Rich kids, poor kids, white kids playing. It doesn't matter. You private school, public school, Catholic, non-Catholic, Buddhist, whatever. You get here, you become an explorer.
Without a doubt, I think, I mean, you hit it earlier on when you said, I mean, Ms. Foyle's been here for 45 years. There's so many, so much of the staff has been here for 25 plus years. And we could all relate to sitting down in that classroom, whether it's Miss Alina Sanchez in biology, which was his first teacher.
Yeah.
And having those pillars or those moments where you can relate back and being like Mr. Crossman, which was, my son's teacher, and he was, a teacher for me for English my freshman year. It's crazy to think about those different dynamics and how they're still here. So it's a testament not only to the brotherhood, but also to the staff, and to have a place that not only the alumni enjoy, but also the people that work here enjoy coming to work. And I think they all kind of lean on each other.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Tony.
Yes, sir.
The grand opening, the ribbon cutting, the athletic fair to your family thing. Is that day like
Coach, you broke up on me. Can you start the question again?
Yeah, the day that we did the ribbon cutting for the Gonzalez Family Athletic Center, what did that mean to you to see that become a reality?
I mean, really a lot of pride, to be able to give back, like we said before, about, to an institution that has meant so much, not only to myself, but to my brother, now my nephews, and God knows the generations that are coming down the line. It means a lot, and it's something that I personally, and I know Joaquin himself and the rest of the family take great pride in. And I know my parents watching from up above, are smiling when they see us being able to contribute like that. And again, it's not just contributing to an organization for the sake of contributing. It's contributing to a family, to the love that is Columbus, to the brotherhood that is Columbus, and now seeing future generations of kids being able to enjoy some of the work that we put forth as a result of having the education and the community of Columbus in our blood.
I'll tell you what, the kids that are benching and they look up and see your helix painted on the ceiling there, that's pretty far out. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you. Yeah, I love that part of it. I really do. And the symbolism of the helix, right? Which is, it unites everything. It keeps everything in order in the natural world. So it was just fitting that would be something that we'd include into the design of the facility. So yeah, very proud of that.
And it's not just the athletic facility, you guys, pickleball, the Brew Fest. What did Fred Foyle mean to you?
That's a fun story of Coach Foyle. He was my offensive line coach. He was my track coach, along with Alex Mirabal. I had him as a teacher, and I'll never forget. And I think I've told you this story before. The first ever test I took in his class. I mean, I was a bright kid. Math was my favorite subject. The very first test that I took for Fred Foyle, he comes back and I get it, had an F on it. I'm like, what happened? And he goes, "Come see me after class." And I'm like, "No, but what?" He's like, "Well, because you didn't do any of the work. You obviously cheated." I'm like, "I did the work in my head." He goes, "Oh yeah, get up on the board." So he gets up on the board, and I think it was just algebra or something like that. And he's like, "All right, write this down. 3x minus 9 equals so." So I'm like, I write that down, and I'm like in my head, and I'm like, answer is 6. And he gives me like another one, and I write it down, and I'm like, answer is whatever, -3. And he goes, I'm not gonna say what he said, but he goes, sit your ass back. Shouldn't be in my class. And he put a little leg on the F and he gave me a name. He said damn you, but no, Coach Foyle was one of those guys that made you want to earn his respect. And I think that when you have a coach, and our track coach here said it earlier that he learned from Foyle. Foyle taught me to understand and know the player before I could coach him, because everybody, coaching is subjective. What drives you may not drive me, and what drives him may not drive us.
Yeah.
So I think Fred Foyle, there's a lot of coaches that come down that lineage. You yourself were the linebacker coach here. I mean, we were so fortunate to have the type of men first that became coaches, that gave us affirmation. So Foyle was one of those guys that made you want to put in his respect. If you got, I think you receive a full compliment from Foyle, but it's the way that he said it that made you know that he respected you, and he appreciated the effort. So to me, that was, to earn his respect was a big thing, along with Alex Mirabal, yourself, and all these guys that were.
Well, you're certainly paying it back and paying it forward. And one thing that we have that your dad and your uncle would have been members of, but it didn't, the Moss program. How advantageous has it been to you, student, to be in the Moss program?
I think the Moss program and Ms. Galvez Cuesta and also Ms. Emma, I think they do a great job. I think it's helped me a lot, especially now as a senior trying to apply to college and stuff like that. I think without it, like, I would be way more lost and definitely not really have any idea about what I was doing. But I think they kind of helped me go ahead. And I mean, and you've seen me in there. I'm in Sylvie's office like twice a week, like always there working on stuff for college. But I think that, and also the ability that it gives me to take certain classes, as well as like with my schedule in order to take like the amount of APs and like help with my GPA and all that. I think it provides a lot of benefits that maybe like some students that aren't in the program don't really get to reap, in terms of, again, like the classes, having those counselors that really dedicate all their time, and their job is to make your life easier.
Yeah.
And I think that really helps me the most. I think Sylvie is by far the biggest one. She does a lot and does her job great.
Well, and it's our alumni support that allowed the Moss program to come into existence. And so, man, that's tangible evidence for you that your dollars do go. They just don't build buildings. They build lives. And again, Tony, Joaquin, thank you for your support.
Coach, can I just say one thing? I know we're talking about a lot of other people, but I'd like to talk about you for a second and say how much I've admired and appreciated everything you've done, not only for me as a student, as my most impactful teacher at Columbus, my coach, but to see you, be so dedicated to our brotherhood and to the institution of Columbus is inspiring, and I think it's unique, and we are blessed to have you, Coach.
Thank you, Tony. The reason I keep doing it is for people like you and your brother and your nephew and everybody else in this room and everybody that's walked the halls of this school. But thank you very much, Tony. It meant a lot to me. And wherever you're going, be safe, brother.
Yes, sir.
Anyway,
We'll talk about it when we get together later.
Yes. We'll talk about it later. Yes.
All right.
Watch it. Thank you, Coach, my brother. Appreciate it. Vinny, good luck with everything. Good son combination. Gotta love it. All right, Explore Nation. Thank you very much to the Gonzalez family. We'll be back in a minute. Thanks, bro. Thank you, bro.
Green, hey, how can we not forget about Coach Green?
And good morning, Explore Nation. We are back in the war room with a plethora of guys today from the great class of 1998. I'm flanked by Sergio. 88. What did I say? 19, sorry, 88. Yeah. Class of 1988, Sergio Padron, Billy Desmond, and a cast of characters. Serge, go ahead and introduce who we've got here, because you brought a lot of good guys in.
You asked me to bring some good guys. So
And you did.
Guys, got Miguel Fraga, 88 over here. We got Alejandro Mestre, 88. William Desmond, 88. Dave, my partner, he's different. He's magic. This guy over here, Alejandro Cozio, 88. Alexander Cozio, 88. And Duval Viegas, he's a ransom guy, but these guys have become Columbus guys just by it's how it is.
By association. So it is great to have you guys here. You know, very close-knit group. My brother's part of your class as well. You've been very generous. And you know, you have plans to continue to be generous. Why, Serge? Why?
Couple things. I think everyone that works with me and is in my circle of work, fun group, hanging out, especially guys that don't come from the school. They've been indoctrinated into this little brotherhood we've been talking about. Earlier, we heard from this gentleman, Joaquin.
Yeah.
It's not that he's not only friends with guys that are older than him that are in the program. What's the program? When we got here, we didn't know what it was. We left now. Everybody knows what it's about.
Yeah.
You can reach out to anybody. You can call anybody. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter if you're up here in this life or you're down here in the world. There's someone everywhere in between this and fills in every gap. Where do you get that, John? I've traveled the country, traveled the world. I got buddies in all sorts of places, but nobody's got a WhatsApp chat group with 180 something guys, and you can ask for anything there. And it goes from there to, if we don't got it, guys in 97, 94, 84, and it's, that's what that's, you know.
Everybody's got a Columbus guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the younger guys are
Everybody's
getting
got a guy.
we didn't get that. I didn't understand that. If you would have asked me, John, 10 years ago, or 10 years after I got out of school, I would have been, what are you talking about? People to school. I walked up and down these halls for a long time, before I, kind of understood what it meant giving back. And I see it now. See it anywhere you go. Doesn't matter where it is. If it's in a Publix, if it's in a CVS, if it's anywhere, there's a guy that's representing Columbus, helping someone, picking something up, helping, like this young lady, Mrs. Foyle said, talk about giving back. Fred Foyle, let's talk about Fred Foyle a second, because that was a pretty good one. Fred gave back to me in 1984. That situation, or 95, sorry, 84, 85, ratio down. He came to my house for 4 weeks in a row, every day after track practice. He gave me all the stuff for school. He didn't get paid for it. Educators are different. They got to deal with a bunch of idiots like us.
Yeah, but that's the best part of the job, is dealing with idiots.
But I finally got it. I got 54. Figured it out. But no, that's part of growing up and understanding. Hey, if I could help the next kid to understand, hey, how do you get better in life? When you think you know it all, you always got a buddy that knocks you down back to reality. And I got a group of guys around me, and there's a bunch of other guys. Class 88 were special. We all know it. If I would have hit that on, my group chat for 88, I would have had. You guys would have been mad. There would have been a lot of people here, and and that's what it is, man.
Speaking of family, we go way back.
Yes, we do.
And it's got to be a great feeling to have the Desmond name on a center, on a program, thanks to the generosity of Marcus Lemonis. Your family is a very special family. And what does it mean to you guys to see the Desmond Center? I mean, that's pretty cool, man.
Well, I could get emotional. Well, I grew up with 7 sisters, right?
Yes,
I never thought I'd have thousands of brothers, and I wanted them. But I grew up with your family. My dad was best friends with your dad.
Yeah.
Well, I grew up watching you play high school ball here when I was 5 or 6 or 7 years old. I grew up in the days when the gym was not like it is now. It was a garage. One door went up, the other one went up, and it was what, Coach Z? Was it
Yeah.
Cardi?
Yeah, that was a
I
car.
don't know if I can mention, but I was like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old, thinking like, what is this? He gave me I say, excuse me, but a titty twister until they became black and blue. I knew what Columbus was all about as a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old. Yeah. But my dad took me to basketball, baseball games, even though he didn't know anybody on the field. So for our family to come, bless my parents, they're in heaven looking down, and for what it did for us as Marcus Lemonis and created this legacy for the Desmond, I was there. It was overwhelming. Serge, you were there.
Absolutely.
It brought me to a place of such gratitude in my life, that first of all, he would do that, but our name would live on forever. And it's like the brotherhood here is a brotherhood that's going to live on forever, right? And it's so unique to be able to, like what Serge said, walking through an airport. My wife thinks I'm a politician because I'll walk through so many places, whether it was through my Desmond large family, but it was Columbus. Somebody notices you from some class, and it makes, going back to your point, it's overwhelming. I wish I would have given my sisters heads up that I was going to be on this little Instagram live, but because I can guarantee you every single sister will be in tears because
I'll be able to see it later.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But Marcus Lemonis, blessings, and I really appreciate your generosity. But to Sergio Padron, to this brotherhood here, to guys who are experiencing it, first and foremost, who went to a different high school, it's a repeat conversation, but it's incredible to be a part of this.
It is, and to see you guys gather around again, we're all a little older, but it feels the same, right? I mean, it really does. It truly does. And for you guys that have become honorary explorers working with this guy, we're glad to have you. And Serge, we've got big plans, and there are many years down the road, and it's going to take the generosity of you guys to push forward, and we deeply appreciate it. And it's just a pleasure to see you all come in and take time out of your busy day. And brother, without getting into too many details, you're going to make things happen. We're all going to make things happen together.
Big things happen.
Yes, very big things that
They're coming.
they are.
They're happening as we speak.
And the fact that we're here together, hell, we can barely get everybody on the screen. It's a great feeling. And thank you all for taking the time to come out. And any final thoughts, any final words?
The only final thoughts I'll say is, our business is based upon helping people lose weight and feel great. That's what I'll leave it on. It's a not-for-profit that we have. And you're going to start seeing that in a lot of stuff. We're going to implement it into a bunch of places in our program. And that program gives back. We get back and we'll continue to get back through our scholarship program we'll talk about. But I'm going to call out a couple of big guys. Marcus Lemonis, I've reached out to him, he knows. And a couple of the other guys that we want to match, what our company's going to do, what MD Exam's been able to do, and how we're going to help people. And stay tuned, man. It's going to get better. It's only getting better.
Stay tuned. It's only going to get better. Words to live by right there. Sure. Amen. Class of 88, Serge DeSouza. Real quick. There's no such thing as real quick.
Let's go back to John. Real quick. So something's been said the last couple of them. What was the best class you had at Columbus?
Vietnam, John.
That is part of history.
Yeah,
Vietnam. Carter Burris.
That was Carter Burris.
I'm fine being equated with Carter Burris.
That's a legend.
You got to know you where to go.
Is his class. That was so much about me, but
No, but listen, respect. We get here and we're here. I'm like, listen, where are you guys at? Savino's office. They're like, dude, we're on our way there. Yeah, they want you. So it's
Speaking
like,
of John Linsky, he's holes in my head. Did you talk about it?
Did you deserve it?
thank you, John. Thank you all the educators and everyone that gives us the ability to grow, to help, support the president, everyone who makes this possible. Our kids that come to school here, people don't understand. I'm far from an educator, but I know to be an educator takes patience,
So for these people that work here, who give their time, all hours to hear the bullshit from people like us, amen, you guys.
We almost made it, sir.
Florida Nation, we're back in the war room. Day of giving going extraordinarily well. Back with Nick Ramos and president of the Columbus School Board from the great class of 1998, Mr. Adrian Alfonso. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Mr. Litsky.
It's our pleasure. Nick, we get to ring the bell because hopefully ring the bell.
First of many.
Many. $60,000. Well done. 600. And now,
Congratulations.
yes, well done. And now we have a very special guest, thanks to the technology that you guys pay for. We're about to be joined by the Mitchell of the Maris brothers, brother Dan O'Riordan. Hey, Dan, how are you, brother?
Hey, guys. So good to be joining you. Thanks so much for the invitation.
Thank you for taking the time to do this, and thanks to the technology allowing us to chat with you right now. So, Dan, when you look at Columbus High School and what we're doing down here, what words come to your mind?
I think the first word that comes to mind is legacy. I mean, legacy that has been so proudly passed on from one generation of explorers to the next. The legacy of incredible brothers and lay teachers that have dedicated their lives and the gift of their lives to helping young people come to know our Marist mission, to come to know how they can make a difference in this world, as so many explorers have gone on to do in their lives, to continue to be people that give in their lives, give to their families, give to the things that matter in our world, and that so many of our explorer family continue to give back to Columbus, to continue to make sure that the explorers of today and the explorers of tomorrow will continue to get what they got, and have an incredible compass for life.
Brother, I reminded of a conversation you and I had in the car on the way from that great sandwich shop on Coral Gables. And how although there's less Marist brothers today than there was perhaps 50 years ago, how the Marist mission has actually expanded through the terrorism, through all the educators at the Marist schools, not only in the U.S. Can you talk a little bit about that and kind of your perspective?
Sure. I mean, this year in our Marist world, we celebrate the 200th anniversary of Champagnat and our first brothers building the Hermitage, which continues to stand as an incredible symbol of what our mission's about. They look to the future. Our Champagnat and those first brothers started in a little village called Lavala. And as it continued to grow, they knew they needed to build. They needed to move to the future. And Champagnat borrowed some money, bought what most people would say was a worthless piece of land. And these young guys, they carved out the side of a mountain to build this 150-room house for the future. And people laughed at him and say, "You don't know what you're doing. No one's ever going to join this." And he said, "By the time we're done, we'll be in all around the world. And today we're in 82 countries." That belief in young people being able to do anything, to be able to build such a structure, with primitive tools, just showed how much Champagnat believed in young people and wanted young people to have a chance to succeed and give them everything that they possibly can. And we're so blessed today, all around our Marist world, not only in the United States, but in 82 countries. That dream continues to be lived out by many brothers and many lay people that work with us, to pass on to young people that they can be the change this world so much needs at times, and continue to make a difference. And it doesn't happen there's many great schools around our Marist world, but there's none that are at, I think the explorers of Columbus certainly can hold their head high, and the faculty there and the brothers there, for the legacy they continue to create. And it lives it so well and every day.
Which is an incredible number. But the role the lay people have taken on in this school is very important, none more so than our school board president, Adrian Alfonso. And what's it like, brother, working with Adrian?
Well, I wish he was better looking, but his barber and my barber, at least they have good style of hair and stuff. So, but we're blessed to have Adrian not only working with us as the leader of our school board there at Columbus, but Adrian works very closely with us in the province as well. He's part of our province finance team. And as I mentioned, Adrian's just a great example of someone that got so much out of Columbus and never stopped giving back to it. And appreciated what he got from the brothers, the teachers in his time, and, is doing everything he can today to live our Marist, both as a father, as a husband, and, as someone who wants to see young people today at Columbus get what he got. And he lives that, and, through his witness of his life and his actions, his words, his deeds. And we couldn't be more grateful to what Adrian has contributed, not only to Columbus, but certainly to the province as well, and to all of us that are lucky enough to know him.
You had big shoes to fill, when you became provincial. And honestly, the support that we get, me as a board chair, as the board, as a school, as faculty here, we get great support from you as the provincial council and your council. So I thank you for that. I also want to thank you in advance for the gift you're going to make today for our gift giving. I supported us last year, so we're anticipating a similar donation this year. So thank you in advance.
Well, I figured that was coming, so I was thinking that driving in. I'm in the city at the moment, in New York, for a meeting, but I figured, I think right now, if I'm not mistaken, and if I am mistaken, I'll correct it, but I think there are 10 brothers right now working at the school, so I think it would only be fair and fitting on this Giving Day to honor the 10 brothers, to continue to carry our mission forward there, to make a donation in their honor for $100 each. So count me on $1,000. I'll log on later and make that donation today. And just as a small token of our province's appreciation for everybody that does everything at Columbus, and just a small part to be part of this Giving Day.
There's actually 11 active brothers. 1,100, and I'll have Brother Kevin call you in a little bit.
Absolutely. Well, count on us. We want to be part of this great day, and I am so grateful on behalf of the province, on behalf of all of our brothers, and all that have come before us, for all the alumni that are incredibly generous to Columbus. And not only today on Giving Day, but all along, and continue to make that school what it is. I mean, you walk through the campus of Columbus, and it's just you have to be nothing but proud, and see the programs that are happening there, the technology, the sports teams, the academic programs, and that could not happen without the generosity of our benefactors, our alumni, our parents, all who make it possible for the kids today to have so much, and the kids tomorrow will continue as Columbus continues to grow and expand as it always has. That only happens with an incredible extended family of people that love this mission and love the Explorer family and the Maris family. So we are grateful to all of them today.
We're grateful to have you, grateful for your leadership and your continued support. So thank you for everything you do for Columbus.
Thank you for taking the time to do this, Deanna. I'm glad the technology worked.
God bless, guys. Thanks for the invitation. I hope you had a great day, and I'll get my money to Brother Kevin before the end of the day. God bless, guys.
Walk in actually, so no problem.
All right. God bless.
Explorer Nation, we're back live from the War Room, and yes, a very special guest. He's in that rare air, the personality that only goes by one name. You've got Cher, you've got Madonna, and you've got the Juice. Most people don't even know your real name, Juice. My classmate, my dear friend from the great class of 1978, Jose Rodriguez, AKA the Juice. So let's ring the Juice bell. Juice, thank you. It's good to see you, brother, as always. Thank you for coming all the way down to do this. We've known each other 50 years now. Correct. You know, pretty scary, but we're still here. You're a unique character in that, you know, yeah, you went to school here, but didn't have a son go here. Anything like that with over the last decades. One of our leading advocates and one of the best representatives that Columbus High School could ever ask for. Why?
Thank you, John. First of all, it's a pleasure for me to be here. This school gave me something that I've never seen before in my life. I want to pass it on. The generation that's presently here and in the future, we want to make sure it becomes the best program in the country. So for me, it gave me a tremendous education, led me to where I'm at today. I want to pass it on. Students are going to come here or are here this time.
You know, as we look back over 5 decades, which sounds better than 50 years. Whenever you come here, does it still astonish you that this is the same place we went to school?
It's unbelievable. I think the administration, Tom, Nick, they've done a tremendous job here. It's like day and night, to be honest with you. I actually was at the tailgate the other day, and Tom happened to be walking by. One of my other classmates, Richard Hickey, and he was telling me, I can't believe how much the school has changed. So it's a complete different school than what it was 45 to 50 years ago, and I love it.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do love it. And here's the thing. Generosity at this school has made very viable and obvious changes. I remember the day, and I know you do too, our junior year when we got air conditioning. It was like the liberation of Paris, you know, to actually have air conditioning. And that happened because of the guys who went before us. And I, you know, I think paying it forward, although you're not going to see anything tangible yourself, you're going to get that inner satisfaction that comes from knowing you made somebody else's life better. And you give very generously, and you are the glue that holds 78 together.
It's not just me. You do a lot for 78. As you know, we have 3 or 4 people behind the scenes that help us out.
Yes.
In all the events. It's a process where you got to keep pounding them. We want them to donate for the future. And you guys the school needs work around, it needs to be done. And that's where the alumni come in. The alumni have to come in and donate in order to attract future students.
When you look back over at the 50 years, who were some of the people that impacted you, that helped make you who you are?
Mr. Burris is my first teacher, my first only teacher. Have a lot of respect for him. My second teacher that I really cared for was Lavelle, Dennis Lavelle. He happened to be my algebra teacher. I never use algebra anymore, but he's my second teacher. Mrs. Sawyer was a good teacher for me back in those days. Doug's mom, very strict lady. She taught advanced math. It really helped me out in my career in the academy. Those people are very important to me. You know, I grew up in Spain, so when I came here, Spanish subject to me. And Doc Guerra was an integral part of my class and all that. So we had some good times with him, but he's that's 3 or 4 of the people that were very important to me.
I think our class is indicative of so many classes, but incredibly tight group of guys. And you don't see that at any other places. And what's so enjoyable, we got a gathering at Fox's next week. It doesn't money you have. We're all just the same guy 50 years ago. To be said for that. Some feel 17 again. You know,
We do have fun. Feel like I'm walking, this is my second family. It's nothing like it. Everybody, people stop in the middle of the street and say, you know, this for 50 years at Columbus, and you still go back to your school days. Say, I do. So, and it's the amount of individuals that I grew up with, that if I had an issue, I can call John or anybody, this or any time. Morning. You don't see that anymore.
You have become a local celebrity. I mean, everybody knows. It's like a big deal. You know, Juice, you went to school with Juice? I said, and let's get the record.
I used your name. I felt in class 78.
Let's get the record straight. How did you end up with the name Juice? Because that's not an everyday name.
It's a stupid story, but
That's, of course, it's a stupid story. That's what I'm to tell it.
we used to have a teacher named Father Son back in those days.
Yes, yeah.
And he couldn't pronounce Jose. He would go Josie, Juicy. And that kept having us teachers. He could not pronounce Jose back in those. That's what he said.
That's how you became Juice?
Yes.
Just learned something.
Never heard that story. Never heard that.
Now, and you answer to it to this very day. I mean, I have to think sometimes, what's Juice's real name? Like, I had to think, you know.
We have some of our classmates that have asked me, what is your real name? I don't know what it is. So.
But you know what? The juice is loose when it comes to Columbus High School, and from all of us, sincere thanks for being such a diplomat, such an ambassador, such a representative to the brotherhood, and you are so good with the young. The younger guys, you take them under your wing, you mentor them, and you draw them into the brotherhood, and that's a donation you can't put a dollar. And you are certainly setting us up for the future by doing that. And bro, it's always great.
Thank you. Next week we'll see.
Buenos Tiempos for sure.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Come in.
Hey, good afternoon, Explore Nation. After a lovely lunch break, we're back live. Mr. McKeon is back here with me, and we're about to bring in, through the advent of our technology here, from the class of 2003, our admissions director, head golf coach. He's actually on the golf course, hopefully winning the match right now, Mr. Mike Marinelli. Michael, are you with us?
I don't know. Let's hope that Mr. Marinelli is joining us.
Can you guys hear me?
There he is in all his glory. Mr. Marinelli, how are you?
We're doing okay. We're not in first place, so that's not good. But we're hanging in there. We still got about 5 holes to play. Beautiful day for golf, though. Better than being in the office. I'm not gonna lie. Not too bad here in Miami Springs.
It's a bad day on the golf course, Mr. Marinelli.
Exactly.
Michael, you do a lot of things here at Columbus High School, and we had a couple of your classmates on earlier. Curious question, because you played offensive line in your high school career. How'd you end up as a golf coach, Mike?
So that's a great question. Yeah, I didn't play golf at Columbus at all. I was actually a football player, but in college, I started playing golf when I was at University of Miami. I started playing it. I started getting into golf over at the Biltmore. I worked at Doral, and when I was in college, and I said, you know what, this golf thing's pretty cool. Then when I got hired at Columbus, I was a teacher, and Charles Fraser was the golf coach after the great Dave Riley. And then after that, then the job opened up, and of course I was interested, as an avid golfer and golf fan. I love watching golf too.
Glad to have you know, Mr. McKeon. He just mentioned a Hall of Fame name in Dave. Do you think Mr. Riley would approve of the job that Mr. Marinelli's doing?
I think Dave is up in heaven. There's no question about that. That he's looking down, big smile, saying, "Hey man, he's doing exactly what I would have done, man."
Yeah, man. Just got a few less state championships. I can tell you that.
You'll get there, Mike.
We'll get there. We'll get there eventually.
His admissions director.
My guys are on the par 3 right now. That's Hubert. He doesn't like it. Not good. He's on the green though. Good shot. Not bad.
You should do a little play-by-play there, Mike.
Yeah, I feel like Jim Nance. I always wanted to be Jim Nance anyway. Here's Hubert Ramirez on the par 3, 147 yards. I gotta speak real quietly though, because I don't want to be too loud.
Yeah, at Augusta. Yes.
My best guy. Welcome to Augusta.
Mike, as admissions director, you deal with hundreds and hundreds of kids, and you see a wide variety of financial needs that our kids have. Yes, some kids are well off, many kids are not. Honestly, how can you tell our alumni how much their donations help our kids?
No, it's huge. I mean, I put my donation in about 2 hours ago, knowing that it goes to the right place and to the right kids who really need it. And, at the end of the day, Columbus is not $5,000 like it was when I went to school, right? It's almost, $18,000-$17,000 now with lunch and everything. So, you want to be able to provide this opportunity to everybody that wants it. And the way that we do that is through helping these kids out. So my money went straight to our scholarship fund to be able to help kids in need, especially those, in the Marist philosophy, right? Those in the least favored. That's kind of what we want to do.
Your class has always been special. Your class presented us with the first state baseball championship in 2003, but you guys have stayed together as such a unit since you graduated. And as we go through the giving here, certainly a lot of your former classmates have donated, a lot to athletics, but also to the other avenues that the support will go to. Columbus Brotherhood is something that can only be explained by an alumnus. And so could you explain it, please?
Yeah, I mean, we've been together since day one, right? A lot of us, started together, we finished together, and a lot of us are still friends. to this day. And that's what it's all about. You know, you want to provide, we just had our 20-year reunion last year, and it was like we never left the halls of Columbus. I mean, that's what you look for in a school, and that's what you want to see later on in life. You know, we're all turning 40 now, we're getting older, but it's a great group of guys, and they haven't changed a day, that's for sure. They haven't changed a bit.
Mike, we know you're busy. The only thing Mr. McKeon wants to hear is that you're going to win today. Can you guarantee that?
I can't guarantee a win right now. We're not playing very well. Golf is a very fickle game. All right. You know, there's a lot of factors. And if everybody's not playing the way they normally would play, then, you know, it's not good. It's a great event, though. It's a Catholic quad. So it's a bunch of Catholic schools here playing each other.
Mike, I'm not worried about October. I worry about November.
Amen, brother. That's what I say all the time. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
That's right.
All right, Mikey, thanks for taking the time out. Always good to see you. Thanks for everything you do, Mike.
Thank you,
All
Mike.
right, guys, take care. Great job.
War Nation, we're back live from the War Room Giving Day. Yes, indeed. Ringing the bell is our beloved principal of 10 years, 27 years as an explorer, David Pugh. And over here, the great class of 1985, started working here in 1995, exceptional English teacher, football coach, Dean of Students, Mr. Bob Linforst. Great to have you both here. I know how busy you are. There's always something going on here at Columbus High School. No question about that. So, Mr. Pugh, you just rang the bell because we have surpassed, we're well over $100,000. That's an amazing amount of money, isn't it?
Hey, listen, thank you, Explorer Nation. We appreciate it. Everything that you do for us, all the support. Obviously, the money that's being raised today is going to a good cause, but thank you all so very much.
As dean, you do with kids all day long, obviously, and you see the school year. And you can speak directly to our alumni that their donations.
100%. We've got so many programs put in place to help so many of our students and our student athletes that everything helps. All right, it makes our community stronger, and every little bit that you guys can do to continue showing the love is greatly appreciated. And we love to hear from the 80s guys, those middle-aged guys that got your start here. that learned so much from yourself and from the OBs of the world, Mr. McKeon's of the world, to give back a little bit, to pay it forward, if you will, for the next generation.
And you know, no amount is too small. I mean, we built this school 1 quarter at a time, haven't we?
You know, this thing used to be filled with quarters. I don't know what happened.
I don't know what happened to it,
but
yeah.
anyway,
Start over.
there we go.
I've seen that in Mr. McKeon's office.
Is that where that came from?
I think pretty sure it did. Yes, indeed.
I'm gonna go classroom to classroom with this and pick up some spare change. Get this thing filled right back up.
You know, Dave, you've done so many things, but sometimes gets overlooked. You're an alumni fan. And you know, David Jr.'s been out of school about 10 years now. How much have you seen the school change? And you're in a very good position to do so, obviously, from the time David was here to now.
Yeah, tremendous growth. Just look on campus. We took down the K building. By the way, there was not a pool on top of the K building. It exists somewhere, but we're not quite sure where.
Undisclosed location.
However, we do have the Lamonas building, Suarez building. Tremendous growth on campus. The resources, the facilities have grown tremendously. And, you know, all because of the alumni and the parents who invested in our school. And, you know, this year we're celebrating the distinguished school. It's quite an honor here at Christopher Columbus High School to be recognized by Cognia as a distinguished school. One of 49 schools out of over 1,300 nationally.
It's pretty good.
And it's tremendous. And it's all from the support that we receive.
How often do you get a call, Dave, from an alumni saying, how can I help?
Almost daily. And if it's not a phone call, it's a text message. If it's not on a Monday or Tuesday, it's on a Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah.
It's 7 days a week. Yeah, we hear from the Explorer population that anything I can do to support you, just let me know how. And they've been great. Yeah, tremendous.
You know, Mr. McKeon was just on a couple of minutes ago, and you and Mr. McKeon have something in common in that although neither one of you went here, you're Columbus, you know, and how long did it take you to adapt to the culture of this school?
About 1 day. Honestly, I thank Brother Angelo for hiring me 7 years ago. Actually, Mr. Linfors here was the head freshman football coach when I started. And obviously, I coached the likes of Mr. Marinelli, who was a tremendous offensive lineman.
Hard to believe he was so agile, isn't it? You know?
But, you know, I heard you talk about the class of 2003, and I agree. I mean, what a great class. But I have to say, the class of 2015 was my son's class, and that was also a tremendous class. And many of those young men are working for us today.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
They are the future. They, you know, and speaking of that, we all stand on the shoulders of giants. I remember when you were the new guy.
Yeah.
You know, and here we are talking about guys at 2015. How have you seen the evolution of the schools?
Here's a fact that every decade that Columbus has existed, including the 20s, we still have a representative on campus working here from the 60s, 70s, 80s, all the way through. And we have a new young guy with us, Oliver.
Yeah.
Mr. Echeverria is a class of 21.
That's crazy.
Who's working here. He just graduated and he's back. So I always like to talk about that as a testament to what this school means and the people who went there, how much it is loved by the alumni. You used to say all the time when you were here every day, now you're only here every other day, you know, everybody knows a Columbus guy.
Yeah.
And if you move around South Florida, everybody knows a Columbus guy. You go to Tampa, you go to New York City, you go to Atlanta, everybody knows a Columbus guy.
How many Columbus guys does your daughter Haley run into in games?
Oh, it's nonstop. It's just nonstop. It annoys the hell out of me. You know, but you know, she's actually had Columbus guys help her out in situations where say, yeah, it's Mr. Linforth's daughter. You know, that guy's bothering her, so they'll go over and, hey, come talk to us. And it's been once or twice where Columbus guys have gotten my daughter out of a scrape, possible scrape.
That's what we do.
That's what we do.
You know, your group of the eighties guys, I mean, the eighties were an unusual time here at Columbus High School. And you've matured, more or less, some of them. How special was that time here for you?
Oh, I mean, it was, here I am, you know,
there's that,
you know, like 10 years later, I came back. You're the guy who called me. I was working another job. I was in another city.
You were
I was
Baltimore.
I was teaching in Baltimore, and I absolutely loved what I was doing. And I had told my family there's only one job that I will leave Baltimore for. One job. That's if I land a teaching job at Columbus High School, I'll come back like that. And that was it. And you called me that night in May of 1995 and encouraged me to make a phone call the next day, which I did. And here we are.
Here
30 years
we
later.
sit.
It's his fault.
It's been my fault for several of your jobs, and I apologize.
I'm gonna back slowly away and excuse myself because I have some duties I have to attend to.
Thank you, Bob. Pleasure. Take it. Go.
Yes, I'm gonna go bang this against the doors.
Thank you, Mr. Linforth. Mr. Pugh, nobody is busier than you. I appreciate you taking the time.
Oh, we've got a pretty good.
Explain, by the way, though, talk about the diversity of what this school does. Explain your color combination today. Because there's some, it's not just you're a Steelers fan. What else is it?
Yeah, and most references are coming through the Pittsburgh Steel Town connection. But today we celebrate Indigenous People Day. And this is a club that was started at the beginning of this year. We've got 2 young men that started it. And today we have a dress down day. You wear your black, yellow, and red. And so I chose to go with the yellow and black.
Of course.
And I know this is Columbus Giving Day. I have my C.
You do?
I'm always well branded.
If you are.
But today we celebrate also Indigenous People Day, the Blackfeet tribe. And so that's what we're doing today in Columbus. And that's what we do. We've got over 80 clubs and activities that our young men are involved in. And I'm proud to say that our kids, they're all in when it comes to raising money, to supporting communities. Students are the best, and you know that.
They are, and they remain the best because we get tremendous support from the guys that came before and want to see it continue. And on behalf of all those guys, the 16,000 who've gone to school here, thank you for everything.
John, thank you for your leadership, your friendship, your guidance, your phone call every morning. John, honestly, even though you're in Georgia now, we speak every day.
Yeah, old habits, Pew.
And I appreciate that, John, really.
Thank you, David.
Okay, it's good to
Thank you
see
for
you.
everything. Explore Nation, the best principal this day of Florida, Dave Pugh. We'll be back soon. Thank you. Mr. Pugh. War Nation, we're back live from the war room with the icon himself, the legend. They don't make them like this anymore. The Iron Manatee, three-time Hall of Famer, originator of the Castaways Against Cancer, my guru, my mentor, my role model for exactly what not to do, the legend himself, Mr. Steve O'Brien. OB, thank you for being here.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine.
You know, you have seen a lot since you first entered Columbus High School in what, fall 68?
As a freshman, yes.
Yes, yeah. Is there any way to put into words what the support of the alumni have done for this institution since you first arrived here?
We started with chalkboards, magazines, a whole lot of air conditioning.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. And now, my gosh, I mean, it's incredible. I don't even know how to describe it, you know. I call the old building the Death Star because we have built and built. And you know what? And the nice thing about it is that you guys have already said earlier, you know, you need something done, you need it done yesterday. Who are you gonna call? Columbus guy.
You call a Columbus guy. How many times in your life have you reached to a Columbus guy and they've come through? And some of these things have been relatively serious as well.
They've never let me down personally. The Castaways, whether it was a personal problem, family problem, whether it was a track and field, cross country, somebody always came through with a solution.
Dr. Garcia.
Oh,
where would you be without him?
I would not be in this chair right now without Dr. Garcia.
So, and that's how it is.
That's my cardiologist, by the way.
We take care of our own.
And I have beaten the over-under, by the way. Thank you very much.
Yes, you have somehow. Only the good die young, to be. You're fine. You know, you've been a state champion. You're a three-time Hall of Famer, which is unprecedented, soon to be in the history of the school. And we're talking about generosity today. You're starting Castaways Against Cancer was a totally classic Columbus, no idea what we're doing, let's just wing it. And it's turned into something superb, just something very special. And talk about Castaways, but also talk the support the alumni have given Castaways over the years.
What a great term, not knowing what we're doing, unprepared, just throwing the dice. It sounds like my lesson plans, but anyway, the thing I want to say about all that, right? We come a long way with 25 years, over $2 million.
That's fantastic.
In the neighborhood of 2 million plus or minus, I don't even know. The money's still rolling in, 100% for cancer research. And the word I'm going to use here is altruism. And the altruism is this, okay? We get donations and we get favors and we get problems solved. And I don't even know who's doing it. Best of luck, you know, a friend, a fellow brother. It's just craziness. It's absolutely craziness. And we've been in some pretty tight binds.
Yeah.
Whether it's, you know, something wrong with the boats or trying to get lodging or, you know, you name it, right? Or even like you say, you know, I've had a couple of medical issues. And a Columbus guy just goes in there like a snowplow in Buffalo, New York, and blows everything out of the way. And sunshine comes up the next day and the problem is solved. But the whole word here, without going too crazy, is altruism. These guys don't ever ask for anything back. And even though you feel like you got a debt of honor, they never, ever ask for anything back. Just like anything. I mean, that's a great feeling.
Yeah, it is. And speaking of that, you've taught so many guys over the years. It's very gratifying to be in a position to deal with these guys and get to know these guys as an adult.
Yes.
And
see to have their children, I mean, you know,
exactly.
The children here.
Yes. As long as we never hear, sir, you taught my grandfather that. We'll stop there.
It could happen.
Yeah. Describe what it's like to have these guys who are, you know, 17 years old, be in their 40s, 50s, whatever, and give because they care, because you touched their lives.
Well, you know, it's just the tradition. Because you might remember when back in the sixties, I know you're a little bit behind me, but we had a very strong marriage brotherhood.
Yeah.
And the sixties was a very tumultuous time. Social revolution, political revolution, you name it, right? That was a watershed. And, be a young kid coming out and, having the brothers as your mentor, right? And some of the greatest conversations of my young life came from the Marist Brotherhood and some of the lay teachers, right? That was something that literally was embedded in my DNA. And one of the things embedded in my DNA is that altruism that we spoke of, because, it was always about service, never a question about what's in it for me. It was always a question about service. And that was taught to me by several of the Marist brothers, mostly through their action, words, but their action. And now it's like, when you ask people like for the Catholics, which is a tough trip, you get 7 days. Some of these guys have 2 weeks vacation and they give a week of the 2 to be away from their families to do this, right? And they don't get anything except satisfaction and hang out with me. That's about the only thing.
You can't put a dollar amount on
You
that.
really
my friend.
can't.
But that is truly big.
Yeah, it's a generational thing.
B, we have known each other 41 years. Wow. And we both had a future back then. Our future seems to be behind us now, but we're still here. And, I truly appreciate everything you've done and continue to do. And you're a credit to this institution.
Well, I thank you for that. But it wasn't all bad, John. I had a few laughs along the way.
We did have a few laughs, And you know what, Mr. O'Brien? Ring the damn bell.
Oh, I'm gonna
Just because, ring the bell.
Well, I want to tell you, this may be the pinnacle this may be a great moment. I finally got to see the war room. It's everything.
Not everybody gets to come.
This is craziness, man. You want to see this place.
No, there's madness.
It's
There's
madness.
papers and things and everything.
I have seen the war room.
Yeah. Yes, you have. Ring the bell, Mr. O'Brien.
And one thing.
The legend himself, Mr. Steve.
Thank you.
And we're back in the War Room Exploration, Columbus Giving Day. I'm joined with the head of our theology department from the great class of 2002, 17 years an explorer, educator, Mr. Pete Marty. How are you, Pete?
Very good, John.
Thanks for having you.
No, great to be
Being
here,
here, brother.
Yeah.
So one of the components of this school that often, I don't want to say gets overlooked, but we do so many things that sometimes we forget our foundation. The foundation of the school is faith. The foundation of the school is the concepts and principles started by the Marist brothers. And one of the items that people can donate to is faith. And talk about the challenges and the reward of dealing with a different student body than school. I went to school, you know, all Catholic and everything else. And that's part of our mission. And guys, how important that they support our faith-filled mission here.
I mean, it's instrumental to everything that we do here. At Columbus, we are a center of evangelization and we aim to make Jesus love. And even though the demographic of our student body has been changing, that mission does not change. Whether faith, gospel, and we want to put good into society. We want them to be business leaders. We want them to be leaders of the community. I mean, it's the foundation that they get here. So by donating money towards our faith initiative, you can help support the programs. You know, the theology department, campus ministry, the retreats, those core tenets that help build up our students in their faith lives, their spiritual lives, and just their more morality and ethics as well.
You do so much to build this mission here. You travel constantly. Been to Italy many times. You're even for coming. How fulfilling is that for you as a Columbus alumni to spread the Columbus word or our way of doing things to other Marist schools and other countries for that?
Yeah, it's been super enriching, and the opportunity to meet other people throughout the Marist world, it just broadens your perspective. The mission goes just beyond Columbus, but it also reinforces what a great job we're doing here when you compare us to other schools around the country. And around the world. So I have the opportunity to go to Colombia. I actually leave tomorrow. It's an evangelization meeting with our Arco Norte schools. So those would be the schools in North America, Central America, and South America. And to come back and bring what I learned back to Columbus, I love doing that.
And you do it very well. And, you know, it's an often used term, but it's a completely true term. We are family here. And there are so many variations of family at Columbus High School. We've got fathers and sons, and brothers, and everything else. And you and your wife, Melissa, one of the many married couples that work here. And I want to give a little shout out to Melissa, who is the brains behind this operation. We're just the guys up here. She's the one making it happen. What's it like living Columbus every day, going home and everything? How is that?
Great. I mean, you do try to leave certain aspects of it here, you know, and you don't want to take everything home. But the reality is we both love what we do. So it's inevitable that, you know, there's going to be conversation around the dinner table that relates to we're married, right? Like,
yeah. Are you looking forward to the day when your sons are?
Oh, absolutely. And that's coming up very soon. My oldest is in 6th grade. My youngest is in 4th.
What's the most fulfilling thing about Columbus High School?
The impact I get to make kid perspectives. You know, a lot of them are coming in and impacted by culture that's around them. Just to have an imprint on the way they see the world and to make it a little better. You
know, a couple of weeks ago, about family, we had during the Epic tailgate, we celebrated the 1999 team, and I know you felt it as well. There's some very something very, very special when a group of guys get together, and it may have been 25 years, and it was like yesterday. What did that feel like that night, Pete?
That was an amazing night. I mean, some of those guys I've kept in contact with over the years, but there were a few guys who I hadn't seen in 25 years. And it was, we picked up just like like we had seen each other yesterday. I mean, the brotherhood is just so strong.
Yes, and it was a very special evening. We appreciate everything you do, and safe travels tomorrow. And gentlemen, there's no question that one of the great causes at this school would be to make your donation to the faith department, and it'll go a long way, because at the end of the day, always have been, hopefully always will be, a Marist Brothers school. So Pete, I know you got to go pick up the kids, so thanks for popping in.
Thank
Always
you.
good to see
Thank
you, brother.
you. Generous.
There you go.
Right.
Give to it, her.
advance.
Good afternoon, Explorer Nation, back in the war room, joined once again by my partner in crime, Mr. Nick Ramos, and from the great class of 1981, 37 years an Explorer educator, English class, speech class, drama, bowling, obviously bowling, baseball, Castaway, Hall of Famer. He's done it all.
Renaissance man.
Renaissance man himself, Mr. Adam Scholler. Adam, welcome, welcome.
I'm happy to be
Glad
here.
to have you in the war room.
How you
here.
doing, Explorer Nation?
Yes, indeed. So, Mr. Scholler, it's been a good run for you here at Columbus High School.
It has, and it's probably one of the better ones as careers go.
You went to school with a great bunch of guys. Class of 81, like so many of us.
Best class to graduate from here. Nothing against the 78 guys, but you know, we've gone farther and done more than any class.
You're entitled to your opinion.
Yeah, okay.
Be that as it may, but you are exceptionally close. And after all these years, you remain that. And so what, to you, what has spending so many years?
It's taught me more lessons than I can hope to learn. I'm a teacher, but I've been a student of this school, if you think of it that way, for 36 years. I've learned about charity, learned about tragedy. I've learned the most important thing is about giving back. It's not a day of giving, it's a day of giving back. You out there need to realize that this school did something for you, and there was something here for you that you did not pay a dime for. You look at it from that standpoint, I don't understand why you're not reaching your wallets right now. It's done everything for me. I walked on this campus when I was 13 years old. I paid my tuition my junior, senior year. I had a choice, pay the tuition or go to Palmetto. I came here and I paid my tuition. I can attribute pretty much every positive thing that's ever happened to me has got a C written all over it. I've made good friends here. I've made connections with people through this school. But this school is not as great as it is and wouldn't be without you. Alumni are everything to us. You're a lifeline. You should give. You should give as much as you can and then give a little bit more, right? You really ought to think about that because you're giving for a future grandson, maybe. It could be a cousin, an uncle. There's so many people in your life that might end up in Columbus and you will have, in a way, supported them, this school, and their experience here. I always tell people at this school make it great. This is the best facility, I think, of the United States, to be honest. I've been to other high schools. I've been to other states and seen what they do. They're not even close. It just didn't get here by itself. It's got here because dedicated people like this reminding you of the concept, anyway, of giving back. So don't look at it as a day of giving, but a day of giving back. You need to contribute back to the school. Show us your appreciation, how much Columbus means to you, and do that in dollars. Let's face it, the bottom line is the bottom line when it comes to running a place like this, and we got to fatten that bottom line up.
You know, Mr. Ramos says you like give early, give often, and give
till it hurts.
Till it hurts.
It's not as eloquent as Mr. Scholler, but the sentiment's the same.
You know, Nick, I know that you hold Adam in very high regard because, you know, as a student, and talk to Explorer Nation about people like Mr. Scholler mean to this place.
You know, I just remember being in Scholler's class and looking at his class. It was fun. You know, yeah, we learned, you know, we were there to work, but he made it fun. And every day was something different. And every day we learned about a little different piece or a little different spin on a certain subject. And it's a credit to him that I'm able to stand up before a large crowd and being able to speak, sometimes eloquently, sometimes not so much. But nonetheless, you know, I credit him with my public speaking ability and just understanding, you know, the fundamentals of how to properly communicate, how to effectively communicate, and how to defend your position. And those are critical skills that I've taken with me from the hallways of Columbus through the University of Miami in my professional career, and then back here again.
Back here in the war room.
Yeah, in the war.
You know, so Explorer Nation, you've all been influenced by teachers. So Adam said it so well, and as Nick just added, if there's a teacher out there in your memory that affected your life in a positive way that you look back upon fondly, they may be living, they may not be, but why not take a moment and make a donation to the school, to whatever category you would like, in the name of that teacher, because teaching is a profession. It's a passion and it's a lifestyle. And Mr. Scholler has made it a lifestyle for a very long time. We're very lucky to have him. And so, like Mr. Ramos says, give until it hurts, and give in honor of people like Mr. Scholler. And bro, I can't thank you enough for everything you've done and for your friendship. No question about that. So thanks to the Hall of Fame, the one and only Mr. Adam Scholler.
Thank
brother.
you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome on my team when you're done teaching.
All right, brother.
Yes, indeed.
He's a hell of a fundraiser.
Yes, indeed. All right, we'll be back soon. Thank you, brother.
All right.
All right. And we're back in the War Room Explorer Nation. We've got, I'm bookended by two former offensive linemen here. Great guys, back on for his second round, Mr. Albert Tamayo. And from the great class of 1997, 22 years an Explorer educator in the theology department. He is the head coach of eSports, which we will talk about.
Yep.
Former football coach, a great dad, a great person, great friend, Mr. Andrew Harriman. Andrew, welcome to the show, brother.
Thank you for having me. Real honor.
It's your honor. You
A real honor.
approach the bench. You've heard those words before, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes, you have.
Yes, I have.
It's okay.
Not guilty on
The attorney, of course, but that's fun.
Yes.
So Andrew, you're very proud of the fact that you went to this school. You wear that pride openly and visibly, and you're a proud member of the class of 1997. Who is your class is leading?
We are.
Leading
We are.
the way. You want to ring the bell for 97?
We are leading.
It's over.
Yeah.
For whom
Now that we've
for whom the bell tolls. Yeah.
We're
Yes.
up. I told them we got to keep going for them to step up. Last couple of years, we've gotten better and better every year.
Yeah.
Donating.
A really big need, I think it's gonna be really hard.
Clearly,
Congratulations.
Mr. Tamayo has been very negative the entire time I've been in here, which we wouldn't have it any other way.
Why
This place.
why start now?
The buffoonery has started
Yes.
and been going. Yes, you asked me if you said I was very proud to be.
Yes.
I am. I don't want to work anywhere else in my entire life. I haven't wanted to. I tried it.
Yeah. And
I immediately regretted leaving. You know that, we discussed that.
yes, of course. And you've done nothing but be a positive impact since you came back. And you know, we have so many different activities and clubs, et cetera, at Columbus High School. It's something I don't know much about, being, I guess, a certain age or whatever. Talk about to the alumni how their donations have allowed us to open an entire wing of esports, because there is something for every type of kid at Columbus, which did not exist when any of us were in school. So talk about that.
I think we have over 100 clubs. I don't know the
Upwards of 100, yes.
80.
Yes.
80 clubs in itself, right?
Yeah.
And anything that you want to be a part of.
We didn't have 8 clubs.
No.
School here. Yeah.
With the generous donations of several alumni, with a lot of hard work from many alumni, Melissa Marty helped quite a bit with this, with all the branding and everything that's happened. We have 2 major esports rooms. One is 24 Alienware computers. It's an arena. We have it, wrapped with graphics. The other side is have TV and consoles, 5 of them, couch area that utilized by whoever needs to. If you want to, the Moss Group use that for small presentations. We have the MetaQuest, the virtual reality for people that want to do it for their classrooms. We have a lot of things going on up there, and that's thanks to a generous alumni over the years. Which we would be nothing without them, right? And I have a real challenge is, if you haven't come back to the school since you graduated, do yourself a favor, come back, because every penny that you're spending is being utilized for something fantastic, from the buildings to the branding. I mean, it's all different for the better. And I don't mean the school has changed, but if you come look at the landscape from when it was the 90s, come see the beautiful difference that is.
That is a great point, Andrew. I think for guys to get the opportunity to come back, and I think a lot of our graduates care deeply about the school, but life happens. You get married, you get kids, jobs, et cetera, and you don't get a chance to come to campus very often. I think they would be positively astounded by what has happened here, and they're the ones that are making it
100%
happen.
100%. Tomorrow will give you a tour. He'll give you a tour. Shark One golf cart.
Something like it. You two have known each other a long time.
Religion teacher, sophomore year.
Yeah.
So much of an impact.
His football coach, one of the first years I taught, 2003.
No, would have been
The second year, but
2001.
a lot of time together.
A lot of time together.
It's been fantastic. I mean, we talk about, and just the evolution I just for the,
Yeah.
keeps going. So we've known each other a long time.
Yeah.
We're very close friends.
Yeah.
Same with Albert and Mike, his class, and Jason, all those guys. So when he came back to work here, obviously,
glorious day that was.
it was a glorious celebration to have him for many reasons.
You took your shirt off.
No, I didn't, but we can see proof of it. No one wants to see it.
I don't remember that.
But no, it's great. I mean, listen, how many alumni do we have back here?
In all seriousness,
In all seriousness. I don't know the number, but it's constant. There's a reason for that.
There's a reason, and people don't leave. There's
as well.
We're getting, when you look.
Yeah.
Albert is not a teacher. He's here. Nick is not a teacher.
We have
He's here.
over 75 or more alumni that are here. I mean, what does that say? I mean,
it's
over the years.
Yes, but none of this happened without their support.
Absolutely.
You know, and not to put you on the spot or anything, you're a single dad.
Yep.
With a beautiful daughter. Yeah, I love her like my own. She's in 6th grade. You know, you find time and make an effort to be generous to this school when you've got a lot of financial responsibilities. Why do you do that, Andy?
Again, I mean, I love this place. This place is my home. No matter what changes outside, this is the constant. And that's something we've discussed, whether I have some sort of financial issue outside or not. Between the coworkers that care about you, the alumni that care about you, it really is what we say it is. We're family.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. And I am proud to be bookended by 2 members of this family. You know,
Keep going, 97. We gotta win this.
Keep it going. You
Over.
know, ring the bell.
Nick's made a lot of fun. Nick's made a lot of promises.
Hey,
One
yes.
day, hopefully my kids are gonna be taught by Mr. Harris. That'll be quite something.
Wow, the circle of life. Think about that. Wow, that would be amazing.
How many, we have probably a lot of parents that have been taught by the parents and kids have been taught by the same teacher. Right?
Oh, yeah.
You have.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's the one thing I don't think has happened yet. I think Brother Eugene may have come close is father, son, and grandson. I don't think that has happened yet, but Mr. O'Brien will make that happen. No question. So,
or Weber, one of those.
Maybe you, bro. Maybe you. Thank you so much, Andrew. Appreciate it. Thank you again, Albert. Always good. Explore Nation will be back with more special guests very soon. Thank you. And we're back in the War Room Explorer Nation. Nick and I are joined by a member of one of the great families of this high school. Your father was always a big advocate of the school. Your brother Ricky, class of 1986. Your brother Eddie, class of 1990. Your brother Frankie, class of 99. So here representing the family from the great class of 1994, Mr. Dan Ariola.
Good to be
Thank
here,
you,
man.
my brother.
Good to be here.
Thank you for being here. You're a busy man with a busy schedule. You do a lot of things. It means a great deal to us to have join us in the war. What do you think of the war?
I like the war room. It reminds me of the old Jimmy Johnson Dallas Cowboys draft room.
Nice.
Very much
Drafted.
well organized. But it's great to be here.
We got astute people everywhere.
Everywhere.
Working the phones. They can't see the phone.
I mean, this is like the Jerry Lewis telephone.
It really is. It truly is. Listen, being in this position, one of the things, and we just is getting to know different level, different age, and one of the big joys is reconnecting with you and your brothers. It's been wonderful, and it's great to see you guys back and enjoying this school. And I think life happens to a lot of guys, and then when you get that opportunity to come back, you revel in it. And that seems to be what's going on with you guys. So talk about what it's like to be an active part of the community again.
So it's good to be back. I lived outside of Miami for many years, lived in Chicago. And when I came back, I wanted to reconnect with the community. And what better way to do it than Columbus? My brothers and I, we had a conversation probably 2-3 years ago. And we go, we donate to all these nonprofits and, different organizations, and they're all great. But, we never know where the money goes.
Yeah.
We're not as attached to them. And again, not knocking any of them. And when we started to really think about it, we said, there's an institution that all four of us are a part of. It's a lot to us, but I think as time goes on, I think just, what I tell people is like, if you want your son to go from being a boy to a man, this is a school for you. If you value that, right? Columbus is that spot. If you don't, the kid should go somewhere else. And the roots of this school and the brotherhood that it puts together will follow you throughout life. I know that when I've been outside of Miami, needed something, like a phone call away to connect the dots, it's super, super important. And I tell people in business and in life, having a strong network is as important as any degree that you're going to get from any. Right? That building up that ecosystem is super, super important. I advise young people on that all the time. It's just, where's your core? Who are you hanging out with? Are they bringing out the best in you? And this school has a lot of that. And so that's kind of where we saw it. And we said, look, man, it's a important part of, where I make my home now and will for the rest of my life, Miami, is that stronger we get this institution, the better it's going to be for community leaders, for business folks, for the next great generation of teachers, so on and so forth. So we got to make it stronger. And we know that the way that we do it is by donations. We have to put our money where our mouth is. We can find all we want, but the best way is just to really develop. And I can't do it myself. This scales a lot better. And I know that the more superstars that we produce out of the school, the better our community is. So whatever we can do to put that forward,
we appreciate that. One of the main drivers of me coming back to really leave my finger, creating leaders of men. Our country is in a position now where that's needed more than ever.
Right.
It's probably the most difficult time to be man in this culture currently. So we're incredibly important, and thanks to families like yours and the many alumni who are out there help us in our mission. And we're well on our way to doing that. So thank you very much for your support.
Great term. This is an ecosystem here, and the ecosystem has evolved. You're looking at your 30th reunion coming up. When you come back on campus now and you allow your mind to wander back 30 years, it's got to be like unbelievable to see what this place is.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't been back to campus 27 or 28 years. I came back for your thing, and I couldn't believe
everything from the Moss building to the sports facilities are off the charts. Just what you guys have done, and what's amazing is just in this small piece of property, right? In Westchester,
geez.
blows my
Yeah.
mind, right? So what you guys have done and where you're gonna take the school to the next level. We still got a lot of work to do, right? We know that.
we
That's why
do.
we're here.
And we appreciate you being here. And that night was a very special night. You guys come back and, you know, we talk history all the time like we did back in the classroom, just on a different level now. And that's one of the perks of doing. And, you know, you mentioned several things. Yeah, our athletic facilities and everything else. But as much of a sports guy as you are, and you truly are, you also understand the value of education, and that's why you have such a focus on science.
Yeah, correct.
Why the science, Dan?
You look at all the charts. As a country, we're falling behind, right? Science, math, engineering. Future is we've got to produce more engineers. We can have the biggest tech boom or biggest tech investments you want in Miami. You know, everybody wants to call it, you know, the future Silicon Valley. We will not get there without the talent. It's a human capital problem, not a money problem. We have some of the biggest venture capital firms now here in Miami. However, if we cannot staff up and have the human capital part of it, none of these companies will take off, and they definitely won't take off in Miami. So we have got to double down on this and get lots of smart kids who are interested in science and physics and engineering and stuff like that. And so that's why, you know, the brother and I you guys have fantastic athletic programs, stuff like that, but that science department needs a refresh. Yeah, awesome teachers. Let's give them the tools to take it to the next level.
You know, Eddie, through his generosity, refurbished the rest of the room. So the athletics is taken care of. The day we walked the campus and you and Ricky were there, were saying, well, these are basically the lab. Yeah. Okay. That says something.
Absolutely.
You know. So let's have a little fun.
Let's do it, man.
Yeah. You're a great podcaster. Had so much fun that day. So I'm going to turn the tables on you. Okay. Okay. A little lightning round.
Let's do it, brother. Let's do it.
Best quarterback of all time.
Dan Marino, I mean, hands down. Don't never ask me that question.
I just did, but okay. Greatest basketball player.
Michael Jordan. The numbers speak for themselves.
Best president.
Abe Lincoln.
Best school in America.
High school, Columbus,
Yes.
of course, yeah. No way. John, I'm glad. Glad I didn't fumble that one.
That was awesome. Nick, you have a special announcement.
I got a quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
How many shooters in the JFK assassination?
Well, so that's what I want to get into.
Okay, here
Is what happened in November of '63, the grassy knoll. Give me a quick summary. Did Oswald act alone? Did he act alone?
I think you'd be very short-sighted to absolutely say Oswald acted alone. There's a difference between acting alone and firing the fatal shot.
Correct.
But it's just, there's too many variables to him acting completely alone. But that's a podcast in itself.
I can't
believe it. You know, we will have fun.
We'll dissect the Warren Commission. It'll be great.
The Warren. See, here we go.
There we go. We're back in class.
We're going down the rabbit hole. Any more lightning round questions?
No, that was it. I just wanted to hear both
Oh,
of your
we-
opinions on that.
You know where that was gonna go.
Yeah, very much aligned in.
Yes. So you have a special announcement you'd like.
So we do. Just before we got on air, Dan brought a check over to us on behalf of the Areola family, $10,000 towards the science wing. So thank you very much for that. We appreciate it.
Yeah, bring.
Well, thank you to the Areola family, of course, for always being there, their continued support.
You know, and we appreciate, I know how busy you are, and you battled from Doral to here to arrive at dismissal. Okay.
Well, close the window to get
It
here.
was a mission, but a mission accomplished. And listen, as much as we appreciate you and your family and your brothers, the one thing that does not change is I appreciate your friendship. Because it is a
feel the
big
same
joy, and we love you guys. And thank you for all you do. And You know, Explore Nation, it's people like Dan that make this school what it is and what it's going to be. So on behalf of Tom, Nick, and all of us at Columbus, thank you so much, my brother.
Thank you, man. Thank you for everything.
Appreciate it.
Like I said, I got reconnected with Columbus because of John, right? And I had been away for a long, long time, and I'm glad that we reconnected, and that we can do stuff here at the school. And where's Dr. Carter Burris? I want to arm wrestle him live. He's dodging me. He's dodging me for 30. Bring it back, baby.
Listen, you don't want to embarrass him.
No. Been waiting for years.
No, we're gonna make that happen.
We're gonna make it happen.
The arm wrestling here. We
Yeah, so other announcements.
Yes.
We want to bring back the Dr. Carter Burris arm wrestling contest. We're going to sponsor it. We want to bring back the bench press contest. We're going to sponsor it. And hopefully later soon, we'll make another announcement, an even bigger announcement. So that'll be cool.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, brother.
Good stuff, man. Donate.
Yes.
Pull out the wallets. Let's go. Class of 94. Better see a few of you cut some checks.
Peer pressure. Always
Peer pressure, brother.
worked then, it works now.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Thank you, Dan. We'll be back shortly, everyone. You're the man. War Nation back in the war room at Explorer Giving Day. It's going fantastic. And because Columbus is so family oriented, we have right now the first mother and son combination of the day. Lord's High School class of 1995, been at Columbus for a dozen years. The head of the Moss family program does an amazing job. Married to a two-time Columbus Hall of Famer from the infamous class of 1992. Please welcome Miss Sylvie Galvez Cuesta. Sil.
Sir, thank
Good
you.
to see you. Oh, absolutely. And to my left, from the class of 2028, which is a little bit scary. First couple months here at Columbus High School, standing ninth grader, Alejandro Galvez, we'll go by Ali. Good to have you here, bro. Glad you could make it. Okay.
Here we are. Exciting day. We're doing well so far here.
You guys have lived Columbus your whole life and so much of your life. I mean, Alex 92, George 88, you know, you've got your nephews here, your sons here. You went to Lourdes, you were inundated with Columbus. So what has it been like the last 12 years, such an integral part of the Columbus family?
You know, this may sound like cheesy, but it's a dream come true. You know, I've always loved Columbus. You know, you mentioned going to Lourdes. I played multiple sports, but I played varsity basketball, as I think you know, and Columbus was our home gym.
Yeah, that's right.
So during my high school years, really Columbus was my second home. It was, well, that locker room doesn't exist anymore. It's Coomer's old classroom.
Yeah.
But I mean, I really did spend a lot of my formative high school years here. You know, met my husband in this school. So yeah, you know, it just feels so familiar to work at a school, or, you know, it's not work, right? It's, you know, I often say it's a vocation. You do it, you know, it's a love of work.
Let me ask you a question. Do you, when you leave in the morning, do you say I'm going to work, or do you say I'm going to school?
I'm going to school.
Going to school. That's a fact.
You're going to school. Absolutely.
Yeah. And that's what it's like here. You had a very, very, very good gig at Gables. You really did. A lot of people would have stayed in the public school system for a variety of reasons. You chose to come to Columbus. What made you do that? Aside from Alex being your husband and everything, what made you as a professional person want to come here?
You know, I think that timing was perfect. I was perfectly groomed for this position. You know, the Moss family program was still, you know, somewhat in its infancy. I mean, it had been around a few years, but I think it needed to be elevated to a national level, which was one of the first things I think I brought to the school, is adopting College Board's AP Capstone program. That was one of the things we first did out of the gates. But really, it had a lot to do with my boys at that point. Ale was one. I was pregnant with my other son. It took about a year to finally get here, because I was very close to my then senior class at Gables, and I told Columbus, okay, I need a year. But I knew that my boys were going to be here eventually, so it only made sense, you know, to really lay the foundation and want to make, you know, my family school the best place it could possibly be. And I did, you know, the education that I received at Gables, you know, running an IB program, and it was just such a perfect fit to be the director of the Moss program, that I really felt prepared and that I had a lot to offer. And, you know, I think, you know, the rest is history. We've had a great deal of success, a dozen years. Geez, that sounds like that's a lot,
It's crazy.
but it's gone well.
You know, it's Giving Day, and the very name of your program is the epitome of alumni giving at this school. And you can talk as well as anyone here about the direct impact that alumni generosity contributes to this school. So talk about how the Moss program has benefited, aside from the tremendous generosity of the Moss family, other alumni.
Yeah, I mean, well, obviously, and not just in monetary ways, but the externship program,
Yes.
which has grown exponentially. That was something that started within the MOS program. And it was such an amazing way to get other alumni involved with their talents, with their time, with their, later treasure.
Time, talent, treasure.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. So we've seen so many alumni open doors for us, whether it's, we take part, we're the first Emerge Americas, which is the largest tech conference
Yeah.
in the United States. One of my Lord's alumni sisters, but her brother is a Columbus grad, class of 94. Danny mentioned, we're gonna have to reach out to him, get him to make a donation. Manny Medina, shout out. But a lot of doors have been opened for us in the community. It's unbelievable experiences that we're able to have just by saying, hey, we know this Explore. I mean, even going, it's not just through the Moss family, but when we do our not annual, but our college trip to New York, every other year, sometimes we visit the New York Stock Exchange. Tom was able to visit with us. We're the only high school in America, maybe even college, no one could boast this, that we have an experience like on the New York Stock Exchange floor, opening bell, closing bell. We have money marketers giving our students a VIP experience. I can't tell you how many college essays I've read about that unique experience. It's life-changing. And that wasn't just Jose. We've had, connections obviously with Robert Sanchez, all three of his children being part of the Moss program. When we've been in New York, the former ADP, Carlos, Rodriguez, thank you, Carlos Rodriguez, meeting our group, speaking to all the students. It's just been amazing. So many of the experiences that these explorers have had, passing it down to our students, what they've learned or what they see now in the business fields and in the workforce, being able to tell the students, hey, this is what you need to be successful. And it goes, beyond the classroom. And that's just some of the things that they learn.
You have heard about Columbus your entire life.
Yeah.
Yes, no question. Was there ever a doubt?
Definitely not.
Although sometimes they joked about it. I do remember.
It was definitely a joke in the house, but
Been out of the house. You've been here a few months now. Has it lived up to expectation?
yeah, I say my dad always told me Columbus is more fun than it is learning. Which
Of course he said that.
I can agree, but
Well, it's fun learning.
yeah.
It's fun learning. Yeah, that I'm not gonna argue with, because it is high school after all, and it is all boys. And if you can't have fun in high school, you're not gonna have fun your entire life. But we have a way here, and I'm sure you've experienced it. You can make learning so much fun you don't even realize you're learning.
Yeah.
So what have you enjoyed the most about Columbus?
I'd say that every teacher I have is like welcoming. Like
That's
they're
good.
it's like it's different from what I've had at other schools.
Yeah.
That it's just like a new pack of students for them. But here it feels like they actually like care for me. Like I mean something to them, they mean something to me. So
That's a good feeling, isn't it?
we-
Now, you came in with a bunch of guys from your school. That's just typical, How quickly have you made friends with guys from other schools?
yeah, very quickly. I mean, my mom's always told me that I'm able to make friends easily, so I guess that's always been a good thing for me. But yeah, I've made a lot more friends. That's a big thing for me.
Yeah, it's all part of, I think it was Joaquin Gonzalez earlier today talking about that this is a melting pot here. We've got kids from all over the place and all types of backgrounds and everything else. And freshman year is the hardest year. But once you get through that, everybody's an explorer and you feel it. You enjoy playing sports here?
Yeah, I enjoy it.
Yeah. What about the facilities?
I mean, they can use an upgrade sometimes.
You could use an upgrade.
Always be closing it like.
Well outdated.
It's on the drawing board. I just want you to know. Appreciate your honesty. Are you happy with the locker room?
Yeah.
Good. Improve.
I'm an AC.
Yeah, okay. Yes, the brand, our branding person is right over there. She'll appreciate that too.
Do you notice that as a student? The C's.
I actually I was in communications class and I noticed that the seat was outdated and taking a picture with it. That helped me realize. So shout out to Mr. Barrington.
That's what our teachers do. They teach. Your dad's friends are some interesting characters.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got Columbus ingrained in you. If you were talking to an 8th grader right now at another school, what would you tell them why they need to come to Columbus?
Like who wouldn't want to go to school with all boys? They're one, like this is the school to go to. It's like it's just meeting new people, making more friends, being closer with more friends. Like Columbus offers everything you want. What you want.
Couldn't have said it any better myself. Very good. Very good. Looking ahead, what would you like to see happen with the model?
You know, one of the things that we're working on now that's been really a dream is really having more national merits be part of the program. This year we have 3 semifinalists. We're really proud of our boys, and a total of 12 commended, which commended our boys to just barely miss it. And we're really proud of the fact, I don't know if it's been spoken about today, we have a new partnership with Doss. Ray Doss was fundamental in starting the National Merit Prep Program at American Heritage, which is known not only here in Florida, but across the nation as a school that produces some national merits in the country. So Columbus is now partnered with the person who started this program. Part of that innovation is through an app called Sarah that is available to every Columbus Explorer. We just got every student, freshmen, sophomores, and juniors onboarded on this app. We really hope to see that needle move to start producing more national merits because we know our kids are capable. I mean, it's unbelievable the schools that they're getting into. Just before I walked down here, I got some amazing news, and he still has to pass a physical, and it's not even supposed to be totally public. I won't say his name, but one of our seniors just got an offer from Annapolis to, Naval Academy had a presidential recommendation. So it's a great way to start the college application season, only beginning of October. And that was always his dream since he was. And ironically, yesterday, I got one of our boys who's in the Air Force Academy, pictures of him finally getting, airtime on his own. So I think that's the most exciting part of this job is just seeing boys, like my son is 8th graders, transitioned into 9th grade, and it's tough, even for the smartest boys at this school, it's a transition, it's tough, but see them evolve and grow. And by the time they graduate, they're men here to conquer the world and, their dreams come true, wherever that may be.
It's what we do here. We make dreams come true.
Dream
Will you do
makers.
me a favor, please? Will
Yes.
you just spell one of the great myths of this school
Oh,
that you have to be in the Moss program to enter the Moss building? Could you?
Oh
please
gosh, I
spell-
know, it's the silliest thing. No, lots of things happen in the Moss building. And it's not just Moss students. As a matter of fact, besides the Spanish class, I don't think there's any Moss classes in the Moss building. Obviously, the library, the Moss offices are in the Moss building, but that's about it. You do not have. Walk in. We are in the Moss building right now.
Well, it's the war room today. but
It's a word.
Yes.
And can I give a shout out to your shirt? I see that you wear the shirt a lot.
Yes,
you know,
yes, I do.
Present them. So thank you for that.
Proudly, although I would not have been in the Moss program when I was a student.
Maybe.
Perhaps, but yeah, I like it. It's nice and light. And yeah, you gotta represent.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for taking the time to come on. You got soccer trial. Okay, stay busy. Study. Stay out of trouble. Try. Yeah. But anyway, it's always nice to have a family representation. Thank you, Sylvie Galvez Cuesta.
Sir.
Thank you, Ali.
Pleasure.
Looking forward to the next 3 years here. Yes, we're doing great. And you know what? Since we're in the Moss building, go ahead. Ali, go ahead. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. There you go. In closing.
I was reflecting on this just this weekend. You mentioned I've been here 12 years.
Yeah.
The amount of change that has occurred at Columbus in this last decade, new programming, not just physically buildings, although certainly that too. It's just unbelievable, the change we've seen in a decade and the improvement. And it just makes me excited to see where we're going to be in another 10 years. So donate, the money always goes to the right place. So
Yes, it does. And we appreciate your support. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We'll be back soon.
All right.
War Nation, we're back live in the War Room on Giving Day. It's been spectacular thus far, and it just got better because I'm flanked by two members of the class of 2004. Nick Ramos back for another tour of duty here, and the man himself, Avion Guerra, who does so much. We talk about time, talent, and treasure. I don't know anyone who puts in more time to help this place out between what you do with the pig roast, with the Blue Fest, with food and wine, with all the alumni activity. You are dedicated to this place, and it's great to have you here, my brother.
I appreciate it.
Your former classmate over here. So talk about why you dedicate so much time to this place, because you're running a business. You've got a family to provide for. You've got other things to do in life. Why?
I mean, I'll try to keep it as short as possible, right? 'Cause I don't think we have all day here, but obviously graduated 2004. For whatever reason, you know, it's Columbus has always just been home to me. It's always just meant a lot. So since graduated, obviously in 2004, but that fall come the class of 2005 coming in. I've been taking over as seniors. That year alone, I would probably came back probably 10, 15 times. All my friends would make fun of me, asking me if I was going back in my uniform. And then, you know, just coming back and just seeing like really nothing changing from within. Obviously, the aesthetics changed, the buildings, obviously we've come a long way, but just Columbus as a whole and the brotherhood just has always been the same, and the camaraderie. And, you know, I just loved, you know, just Columbus as a whole. So any way I could give back and help continue that through the years to come, you know, any chance I could get. Oh, you know, that's just, I like doing events. I love giving back, and, you know, Columbus is just my work.
Events are a big piece of what we do here. Obviously, we build community through our events. We bring guys back. No event is more synonymous with Columbus and with community than the pig roast, which you spearhead. So talk a little bit about, you know, the pig roast, kind of how it began, how it's evolved, and some of the little pieces of information that we could leak out about
So
upcoming.
So we'll try not to leak too much, but it's a great time for those that have not come. We normally about 4,500 people, I think is what we got in attendance last year. And I don't think I got one bad review, to be honest. That one started, if I'm not mistaken, I believe in 2017. And it was kind of coincided it with a celebration. We were honoring, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Marist Brothers. I think it was some, I forgot what annual celebration it was.
200 years of the Marist
200 years of the Marist.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's how we started it. And then we kind of married it into you know, other schools are doing pig roast. I think it would be a great, I think Mark, the one that to approach this to do it. And we're like, you know, that's, I think I could do that. I think I know how to cook a pig or two. So, you know, we started an event and it was great. You know, it was a very family oriented event. And we would first start it behind over there in the parking areas, next to in between the football field and the baseball field.
Exactly.
And it just took no more than 5 years that we outgrew that space.
Yeah.
And then, you know, we're right now we're at 60 teams. We could very easily be at 100 if we opened it up. But you know, but we want to keep it competitive and we don't want to stress ourselves too much. But that event is a great family event. You come, you know, you have easily 1,500 kids just running around in the baseball field, on the bounce houses, playing activities. And then, you know, the adults, everyone just has a smile from ear to ear. And, you know, that's just what I love seeing. You know, that's what brings me back. And I believe that's what brings everyone else back as well.
You know, people love the end result. It's a great day, but I don't know if people understand the planning. It's like with the D-Day, down to the finest detail. It has to be here, and this, and what if this happens, and what if, you know, talk about how when you start and how many hours and everything that goes into this.
It's so it started we started 2 weeks ago. I already did the desperate call to Nick. Hey, we gotta start planning.
Yesterday to talk about pig roast, I was like, give me this tomorrow. And I did.
And then you know, so we do start in advance. Takes a few months to just get the kinks out and to get everything. Some things take some time for ordering all stuff, but the week of is I feel bad for Marissa. She's the workhorse the week of. Hats off to her. That week of it's pretty intense. We turned that football field basically into in the South Beach Food and Wine Festival. It's, you know, it takes a lot to go into it, planning, and I think the hardest thing is trying to communicate with 240 grown men.
Columbus
guys,
yeah,
exactly.
Who are notoriously daily the dollar short and everything.
Exactly. And trying to have them abide by the rules. They do a pretty good job. They do a pretty good job. I really can't complain too much because I think I threatened them with it. There's a big waiting list, so it'd be very easy to put them into
their talents elsewhere.
Yeah. If you want to see poetry in motion, show up about, I don't know, 8 p.m. When everybody's being released from the pig roast. All the guys are trying to leave the field with all their equipment. You know, shout out to Avian, to Ralph Roca, to Rudy Quick, who really do a phenomenal job of landing the plane, so to speak.
And Adrian.
Yeah.
It's impressive. They're like everybody he just named, they do a great job. I think it's just, you know, we have a good system in place, and it's just you know, it's pretty get tight back there. You know, it's just one car in, one car out, and they do a pretty good job unloading 60 teams in less than an hour.
You know, to your point, we cannot thank people like Rudy and Ralph enough because, you know, the alumni tailgate, we can keep going on these events. You know, so it's not always just about a dollar amount. It's how you can give back to this school by, you know, time. You can't buy time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can't replace time. So every minute you spend doing something here is a minute away from your family or your business or anything else. And that is something that sets us apart because I don't know any other school that something like that. Last year's layout was perfection. It was absolutely.
Some battles.
Yeah, we're talking about, but hats off to Nick for
those battles won. And everybody had a tremendous time. And I think to your point earlier, it's such a cultural thing for Columbus.
Correct.
I think it truly identifies the culture of this school. And guys just, they take it because Columbus guys are competitive, clearly.
Mm-hmm. They're
in it to win.
A little bit. I think we have a good competition going on today.
Yeah. Oh,
last battle.
There's a lot of verbal abuse going in. A lot of shade.
The chats are getting wild.
Yes, they are. And, you know, so we've got the pig roast coming up, but next Saturday, October the 12th,
mm-hmm.
we have the Brew Fest, and you've become very involved with that.
I have.
And so how do you see Brew Fest?
I mean, I think it's going to be a phenomenal time. We've got 3 years under our belt, so we've been able to gauge, the right route to take and the good tools to implement into it. So we've turned it back into a family event as well.
Yes.
Just because, everything, family is everything. So we get activations there for kids to, if they want to come and enjoy themselves.
Yes.
And then obviously we have plenty of beer stands, food stands, the beautiful new scoreboard will actually be, we'll be having 4 college games playing at the time. So, I mean, it's going to be a lively atmosphere. It's going to be a great atmosphere. It's going to be a good time. I mean, and it's very inexpensive for what you're getting in return.
Agreed.
And it's $40 a person. So, $80 a cup. And you can drink. I didn't see where you could get that in Miami.
All you can eat, all you can drink.
At no better cause, right?
Yeah,
I mean, all proceeds go to the Fred Foyo Endowment Fund.
It's a talk to was on earlier today.
Oh, that's
No
awesome.
one.
My favorite teacher, but sorry, man.
No, I'm.
Look at our man, you're getting today.
I'm in.
He knows, I told him
I'm in
before.
rare air with those people.
The youngest of four, so I'm a mama's boy, you know, so Miss Foyle was great.
You know,
Is great.
yes, and he would be so proud.
Yeah.
To have his face on a beer can.
But he's smiling from up above.
We got a great band, alumni, all alumni gonna play. So it's gonna be a tremendous time. And we encourage everyone to come out and support that. So let's go back 20 years.
Oh, boy.
I mean,
20 years this year.
20 years.
20
How do you
years.
guys feel?
Old.
Okay, in one word, old.
He doesn't have as many gray hairs as I do. I don't know what's happening.
Zoom in enough and you
You know, there are ways. So class, everybody had a nickname. Most people had a nickname.
Most people.
You know,
we walked through the halls of Columbus.
You're gonna end up with a nickname.
Yeah,
You know, some are better than others. You were known as the French kid.
I was.
Yes.
You labeled me the French kid.
Do you remember how that came about?
How I remember, no, I think it would have to do something with my name, Avian.
Yeah.
And very, very quick. And that didn't probably take more than 5 days that I was back there causing some trouble, basically. And I gotta label this guy.
Yeah.
I gotta label this guy. I quickly became the French kid.
Hey, French kid.
I loved it.
I think you tried to point out to me that you weren't French, but that didn't really matter.
You had to find a way to separate.
Yes. Distinguish yourself. Yes. Yeah. And so here we are.
There we go. 20 years later.
Yeah. As you look back on those years, how important were they in forming who you are today?
Oof, going deep.
Yeah, a little bit.
Man, it's a good one. I said in my opening on why I give back. You know, I just think it's molded me into the person that I am today. And many, you know, my brother's my idol in this world, and he's 8 years older than I am. So through the stories, he graduated in '96. So obviously he walked the halls, and me being able to do that, you know, 8 years after him, you know, that brings a lot of pride and joy. Me walking the same halls as my brother. And then seeing the aftermath of what you get out of it, you still soak up throughout all those years. Just, you know, just does exactly what just happened. Smile on your face.
It does actually.
Just memories.
It really does.
Just always circling, and when you get together with the boys, it's just, you can't go a night without just one memory.
We got an update.
Oh boy.
We got an update.
It's a battle going.
So hot off the presses, class of '97 is sitting solid, you know, 12%. Class of 1984, Flash, you're back in second. Call it 10%. And 2011, the youngsters.
Last year's winners.
Last year, that was then, this is now, they've been pushed down to third. So, you know,
Stephen Peter.
But
Not just celebrating off camera, Stephen, just so you know.
let's get business here, because this is a business. And it's 2004 is not getting it done today. What's the story?
Well, they're all still sleeping probably.
To the madness, you know, the whole four are going to show up later in the evening. When the kids have been put to bed, we all have young kids, so we got to take care of family first.
Victor Venezuela is going to pop up in the, you know, a nice little bottle later, and then he'll start letting us have it.
So you're saying there's a correlation between alcohol consumed and donations made?
Maybe just a little bit.
Okay, whatever formula works. But did I hear a guarantee of success from 2004?
I think you just Joe Namath us.
I think he's predicted.
We'll do well. We came in second last year. So
But you're not even in the top 10.
Last year we weren't, I don't think, in the top 20 at this time.
So you guys are going to close.
We will.
Closers. You're closers, yes, indeed. Ben, on behalf of all of us, I can't thank you enough for that. The time, the talent, which is a treasure. Truly appreciate everything you do. Looking forward to hanging at Brewfest and then Pig Roast. Just there's an activity, you're there.
There you go. And our 20-year events, I'll see you there.
Oh, that's good. So we got a double header going that.
Due November 14th.
We got the Hall of Fame event is going on at the same time as you buffoons having your reunion, and hopefully none of you will trickle from your reunion into the Hall of Fame event.
There, I can't make any promises.
No.
People at the door.
Pure.
Be at the
Listen, but thank you so much.
Thank
Thanks,
you, guys.
thanks to both of you. 20 years of memories just like that. It's a great feeling. You're a busy man. You came all the way over here. And
For having me.
look forward to everything. Thank you, brother.
Alrighty, guys.
So we'll be back. Done. Thank you. Okay, Explorer Nation, it's 5 o'clock update time from the war room. So gentlemen, let's share good news.
All right.
Mr. President?
So we're hitting our numbers. We're doing exactly where we want to be. We're ahead of last year, which is great, but we need to keep driving forward, guys. We need to keep moving forward. We need to bring in some more money. Let's give us the numbers.
Yep, so we're at $150,000. We just dropped that threshold.
Nice.
As Tom mentioned, we're outpacing last year, but we're nowhere near our goal of $500,000. So please continue to give till it hurts. Get your buddies, get your friends, get your rivals, everyone to give, to support. We have many initiatives that touch every piece of our campus and our student body. So please consider supporting on our one day that we ask for all of our alumni to give back.
Guys, you know how well we manage our money here. Every dollar goes to exactly where it needs to go to. We have a lot of initiatives. We need your help. Every dollar matters, no matter how big, how small it is. We need your help, guys.
Can we give the class update?
So we're going to give you a full top 10 update on the class competition. Us Columbus guys are nothing if we're not competitive. So if you're not on this list, you are officially considered being called out.
You're nowhere.
Let me tell you, this is a surprise of the night so far. The class of 1997 has been holding a strong lead all day with 13.38% of their class.
Impressive.
So credit to Andrew Harriman, Joaquin Gonzalez, and all those guys for putting in work, because they weren't even in the top 25 last year. So quite the change. Class of 1984, Flash Fernandez's class, they just hit 40 years having been graduated. Maybe there's some correlation, I don't know. 2011, the winners of last year's class, Stephen Pita, all those guys. If you want to drink out of the cup again, you're going to have to do a little bit more work.
Those guys are a sleeper class. I think they're going to come alive. They're going to come alive.
I don't know. They definitely shocked the world last year.
They did.
And 84 still hasn't stopped talking about it. Class of 1989.
Interesting. 89.
Coming in 4th place. That's
an
interesting class.
Yes.
We'll leave it at that.
Well, no, it's just that they kind of came with
Fields.
But strong 4th for 89. Yes.
Followed by the class of 1992, the famous 9 Deuce class, which I hear a lot about, but they should be a little higher, don't you think?
Well, again, like Avian was talking about earlier, I think some of them are waking up now.
Okay.
So their day is just beginning.
Alex Galvez, if you're out there, we need your rallying cry to your troops. I actually took the Give Till It Hurts from Alex, so credit to Alex Galvez.
Absolutely.
78 class, your class, coming in 6th place so far with 8.7% of the vote.
We're going to get better before everybody goes to bed.
Yeah, you guys have been steadily declining throughout the day, so don't hold your breath on that one. 1985, 8.39% of the vote, or excuse me, participation, followed by 95. Shout out to Kevin Testa, Danny Brea, and those guys. 2003. Now, let me tell you, there's a little rivalry going on between 2003 and my class 2004. I work with a lot of the 03 guys, and nothing would bring me more joy than to kick them out of the top 10. So 04 guys, if you're out there, make sure to give. 03 guys, I think you've done enough for the day. You can stop giving. Just joking.
What is that?
Rounded out by my 04 class in the top 10.
Yeah, but you guys were nowhere.
We weren't even in the top 20 before Avian and I
comes on, and the French kid makes things happen.
The French kid's magic. Yeah, absolutely. And that rounds up the top 10. So please, guys, if you're not in this top 10, make sure to reach out to your guys, get into your WhatsApp chats, your friend chats, your group chats, and get your guys to give. It's all going to great causes, to Tom's point. And 100% of the proceeds go back to the boys to make this place better for them and for the guys that follow.
Good fellas, we'll be back soon. It's getting to be early evening time. You're getting home from work, kids and all that. Settle in, watch us live from the war room, and let's see those numbers continue to go up. Thank you, Explore Nation.
Adelante.
Floor Nation, back in the War Room Live. Got a couple special guests from Columbus West out the athletic department. Our head basketball coach for the last 6 years, an incredible run. We look forward to another great season. A man who has brought so much to this school, Hall of Famer Andrew Moran. Good to have you here, brother.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
And the latest addition to the basketball program, we've gone international, all the way from Cameroon via Belgium and France. 6'10" senior Eric Dabami. Eric, thank you. Glad to have you here. Nice to meet you. So, you've been here.
It's famous at Columbia.
That just means I'm old. That's fine. So, Coach Moran, unlimited success. It's unprecedented success in the history of Columbus basketball. And the pressure is always to maintain that. And you've done a great job, obviously, attracting talent. Tell us how. Curious minds want to know how Eric went from Cameroon to Belgium to France to Columbus. How do these things happen?
Well, Eric happened to be playing in a tournament, same tournament we were playing in the summer. He was coaching Cameron and Caden on their travel team.
Okay.
They were there. They had seen us a couple times. I had met his coach, and there was just some kids on him, including other kids who were interested in coming to play in the United States. They once I introduced myself and they realized where I coach and what high school I was at, they showed and expressed a lot of interest, just because of what we've done and the the success that we've had and the platform that they get to play on and be seen by, and so that they can kind of make their jump to their goals and the next level that they want to play at. So we kind of just met in passing through, and we got to talking, and we found out that there was some interest, and I think Eric's been an amazing addition so far, not just to the basketball program, but also to the school, just for the type of kid he is. And I think he can speak for himself in a minute, but he's enjoyed it and is learning what Columbus is all about.
You know, Eric, to Coach's point, this school, yes, we're very, very good in athletics, but academics matter tremendously. And so what attracted you to Columbus academically, socially, and what have you enjoyed thus far since you've gotten here?
Yeah, actually, the thing that brought me here in Columbus is the brotherhood. Like, in Columbus, I feel like this is a sort of family, like this is sort of friendship. Everybody cares, everybody help, like a family. So I really appreciate it. It's very different from where I come from.
Different in what way?
In Columbus, I feel more to be like in a family, like to be in a brotherhood, to be more. I feel more
support.
Yeah, more support of it. Like everybody is very kind to me. I've never seen that. I'm so glad to be here. I'm so happy.
You've adapted to wearing a uniform and all that?
Firstly, it was difficult for me to wear a uniform. It was my first time to wear a uniform. It's just a uniform.
Well, you wear one on the basketball court, right? So, yeah. What about not having girls here? What about all male interest? How is that?
It's different.
Yeah.
It's new. It's also new for me because in France I was in middle school, in Belgium, even this is a new experience for me.
We were discussing your schedule a few minutes. You've got some great teachers. You've got Mr. Harriman, You know, you've got Coach Moscoso, Benitez. I mean, what are those men, Adrian Campbell, what are those men teaching you?
So actually, the first thing that they always teach us is what we like to help each other.
Okay.
If like at any moment, if you have like a difficulty, the first thing that we have to do is to ask for help to the person that is next to us.
Okay.
So
yeah,
they always teach us that.
What's your favorite class thus far?
My guess?
Yeah, go ahead.
I say US history.
Part of Benitez Nation. Nothing better than it. He's a character, huh?
Yeah, that's I like it.
So, very talented basketball team. But as you know, better than Coach Moran, 5 guys, 1 ball. How has it been working chemistry wise with your new teammates? How quickly has that developed? Do you feel good about the situation?
Yeah, I feel very good about the situation. Like they are very kind to me. The first day that I came here, it was like I was already in the team for 5 years. So like,
awesome.
Yeah. Like, good job, Eric. Every day, good job, that's good. Don't worry. They are always pushing me up. They are caring. Like, it's good. I think.
You know, I do think, and we've talked about this before, one of the biggest challenges in your job is, you know, you've got a lot of talent. And it's getting people, and it is a Marist way, if you will, to submit their ego, to commit themselves to a greater good, to put team goals in front of personal accomplishments. And how's that going this year? Because I know you've added, aside from Eric, you've gotten some more talented kids come in as well. So how are we doing?
I mean, we've played a few, scrimmages here and there, and I think at the moment we're looking pretty good. We've meshed pretty well together. The ball's moving, we're sharing it, and before we even get on the court, my message to the guys is we can't go away from that because that's where we've had our success. The way we share the ball, the way we play together, and not just from what I see, but even what others tell me. So, it's just the whole team concept, the whole brotherhood concept, like he talked about helping the man next to you. So especially on defense, we talk about we want to defend as a team. So we want to make up for our teammates' mistakes. So we got their back. So I think with those messages and continuing to work in our message to share the ball, because like you said, there's only 1 basketball and 5 players on the court. I think that message has resonated with them, and they're excited about it, and I look forward to this season.
And our alumni support is crucial. And I think people have been so excited over the last 6 years. Columbus basketball, national. No one saw that come. Do you feel the support?
Yeah, tremendously.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew a lot of, obviously I didn't graduate from Columbus, but I had tons of friends who did around my age, a little younger and a little older, but just from the support of the alumni coming out to the games, I've been able to meet, people from many years ago or just all decades and been able to feel their support and kind of talk to them and get to know them a little bit. So it's been pretty awesome to really feel the support. Obviously, when you go to football games, there's a ton of alumni. When you go to different sports, I even went out to I think it was a freshman football game, and there were a couple of different alumni out there just supporting. They didn't even have kids; they were just out there supporting the teams.
You gotta love that.
Yeah. So it was pretty awesome.
Well, Eric, you're going to be here for 1 year. Maximize it. Enjoy it. We had a gentleman on earlier today, an alumni who was only here for 1 year, like yourself, and has become a true supporter of this school and believes in everything we do. So make every minute count. And we look forward to having you not just as a basketball player, but as a student, because that's what Columbus is all about. Doesn't matter where you came from, your background is, what your story is. Once you're here, you're an explorer and you're an explorer for life. Thank you very much for taking the time. How was practice today? Did he work you hard?
Yes,
Especially today.
But that.
You gotta move your feet, bro. You got it.
Thank you.
Appreciate everything you do for us. You know, the best thing that's happened to us is the day you arrived. And we don't want you to leave anytime soon. So that's why you, those guys out there need to continue to support us.
Definitely. We appreciate their support. We look forward to more support. I mean, this place is known for, you know, obviously not monetarily, but specifically in this situation, the support that you get just from the alumni giving back. Stories that I hear, being able to, you know, build the new buildings, but not just the buildings, but other programs and build up the athletic program. So it's an amazing time.
Here we go. End of the year. All right, Explorer Nation, there's our latest basketball update. Good things on the horizon. And we'll be back very soon with some more special guests. Thank you very much. And good evening, Explorer Nation, dinner time guest, and what a crew we have in the war room today. Oh, representing some great families, some great years, some great characters. Great class of 1986, Columbus Hall of Famer Lou Cristobal. Class of 1991, Columbus board member Albert Barthélemy. And from the class of 1990, infamous, legendary Mirabal family, one of the few families at Columbus, 3 generations, John Mirabal. Great to have you guys here. Welcome, guys.
Thank you, Coach. Great to
It is great to be here. It's been a tremendous day. You're all very busy men. We appreciate, as always, the fact you took the time to be here. You battled traffic. You went home and took a shower, which was greatly appreciated. And so here we are. When you think about what the school has meant to all of us, there's a reason we're sitting today. Start with so much. It all started, things sometimes do, a tragedy brought us back together. Talk about Fred Foyo and how that led to you getting so involved.
Yeah, so I was always involved, but at a much smaller scale. And after the passing of a coach and teacher and mentor, and it ignited me into helping, assisting, whatever I possibly could for the teachers, for the school, for the good, and just for the community. It's the best high school in the world. We're here to serve. Columbus needs, we're here.
Appreciate it, because you're a busy man and you've taken on a lot of responsibility. Building to do at this place, and a lot of it rests on your shoulders. So
Jose Munoz and I, but yes,
yes, Jose Munoz, who unfortunately had to go out of town, or he'd be here in this crew right now.
Yes, but push through. We're going to make things happen out
here. Yeah, with help from our friends.
Absolutely, yes.
Your family, you know, what you and your brother into this place when you were here, and now you've had your son Richard's a senior. He was on a great team in 2018. Mario's son is here now. How does it feel to see the next generation come through? You've got a senior at UM and a senior at Columbus right now. So how's that feel to Lou Cristobal to see that?
Well, I'll tell you what, it feels great. Columbus has always been home. Columbus holds a very special place in all of our hearts. Well, I'll tell you what, it feels great. Columbus has always been.
What are you going to do?
And to have the privilege to send our son, it's a really special feeling. It can't be described. Just like we always say, Columbus can't be described, must be a
great experience. Yeah.
From the spiritual guidance to the academic excellence to the sports competitiveness across the field, Columbus has something for everyone. We are so thankful to our parents, first of all, for making it happen. Because I mean, I look back and I don't know how we made it happen, but they did. You know, we worked their butts off. They got us here, and then the men of Christopher Columbus High School, I can unequivocally say, aside from our father and our grandfather, Christopher Columbus High School had the most 100%. And we talk about the generations. Yeah. You know, JC is part of a 3-generation team here.
How about that?
I'm going to say this for the first time out in the open right now. I'm about to be part of a 3-generation team. So, hey, congratulations. Daughter's pregnant.
Fantastic.
So, married to a Columbus grad, also class of 2013.
Fantastic.
But be
generations here. And,
You're already looking 18 years down.
absolutely. This place is that important to us. I can tell you on and on, stories, but life has its peaks and valleys. Sometimes you have obstacles. Sometimes you have, everybody took some kind of hit back in 2007. With the economy, this and that. And I remember, I'm like, Elizabeth, I don't care. We have to live under a bridge. We'll go to Crystal Lawrence. That's important. It is.
Very, very moving and very true. The fact that you have given so much to this school, tell a treasure, we always say, you were always there when we needed you, you still are. And this is a great feeling. And to build on what Lou, Johnny, there's a whole bunch of you guys. It really is. It's certainly a platoon. Your parents did a lot to get you guys to go here. The same with you. And so to be in the position you are now, you have a son here. There's 2 Miraballs and a Cristobal in this senior class, so that's pretty good.
Pretty cool.
How good does it feel, Johnny, to appreciate now that your parents did to get you here so that your son can be here?
It's amazing. As a parent, it's a different experience.
Yeah.
Even better. I could even say even better. We still being from the outside in. What I see my son go through from freshman year to today, that kid didn't want to wake up at 5 a.m. If you guys had dormed, he'd be dorming here. He'd leave 5 a.m, get home at 6.
Yeah.
Just loved it. And it was just amazing to see without any push, but amazing to see him enjoy the ride. And it's just the joy that it brings. My wife and I, was just amazing. And we're talking about the three generations.
Yeah.
We all went to Little St. Brendan's. And when we were in that at St. Brendan's Elementary, my dad would already talk to us. You guys are going to the parking lot to Columbus, and he was instilling that from such a young age. And this place is just special all the way around.
Yeah, it has meant a great deal to all of us. And, blue collar family, it wasn't easy for your parents to send you here. And so there's the common thread. It was sacrifice by your parents. And now you guys graduated, going on a great thing. Your sons are here. Your son will. How would you say to our long back there? Why should I give to a school? I don't have a kid going there. I haven't been here in 20 years. What would you say to that?
I'll tell you what, I was actually thinking about this as I was driving over. Really reflect back and remember how this place made you feel. And remember what a big part of your fabric this place is. If me personally, if I could be part of providing that experience for one boy, or one kid, that would be great. Now, obviously, we want to impact everything. We want to impact as many as we can. We want to spread the word, right? Faith, everything. But being part of something, being part of a movement that we can share this, that we can have other boys and young men feel the way that we did and get as much out of this place as what we did and be part of this family just like we are. I think it's a special thing. I think that's unique to this place. That's something where you're not going to find anywhere else. And I think just being part of that, just helping others achieve that, be part of that, I think that's what makes it worth it to me.
You had a very successful career. You see what he's doing now. but you both speak so reverently. This place. That says something.
Yes, like I said earlier, Christopher Columbus High School had such a huge impact on our lives. You know, men, Harris Brothers, the teachers, the staff, is where Christopher Columbus High School had by far the most influence beside our grandfather and her father on our lives. And that's something that we don't forget. We don't forget, because without that, we're not who we are.
Correct.
I can.
That's well stated.
Wholeheartedly say that. I would not be the same person that I am today. And even though I'm far from perfect, none of us are, right? You know, you want to be the best version of yourself that you can as a son, as a father, as a husband, as a brother, as a friend. You know, and I think Christopher Columbus has helped me be the best version of what I can be. And still move forward. You still try to get better, but
Adelante, brother.
Yeah,
Adelante.
Going back to what Lou just said, I want to piggyback on that too as well. It's not just a 4-year experience, it's an experience of a lifetime. So yeah, you do come here for 4 years, but what you learn, friendships you make, the brotherhood that ties you into this place, it's forever. It's 40, 50, 60, 70 years, however long you're still on this earth, this lasts forever. And that's what's very special about this place.
Coach, one thing I was thinking also driving this way was why Columbus is special, right? One of 6 boys.
Yeah.
My mom couldn't work because she had to watch 6 crazy kids.
Yeah.
And that poor man, you know, middle class guy, hardworking, sometimes had to work 2 jobs.
Yeah.
He bumped in the road, and there was a year I was going from sophomore to junior year. We had a tough time, so he came to talk to Brother Kevin. Brother Kevin told him, "Remember, nothing's gonna happen. You know, have your son come work on Saturdays, and we're good." So I came to work on Saturdays, and it's what made me who I am today.
Yeah.
And I would come on Saturdays here and in the summer with Mike Floyd and the head janitor Jose.
Oh, Jose. That man Jose.
And he would tell us what to do. We go out, we do our thing, and you know what? It made me love the school even more.
Well, that's Marist right there.
Yeah.
Nothing's for free. You earn it, but you get the chance to earn it.
Correct.
They weren't going to turn you. Now I know son's getting ready to graduate. You got mixed feelings, mixed emotions about it.
Yeah, it hurts me because I don't want to see him leave.
Let me ask you, if we opened a Columbus Junior College, do you think we could have kids stay for the 6-year plan?
Might be 8-year.
You're killing me.
More buildings.
Yeah, that's your job. So, Brett Foyam, when he was coaching, is this a true story? When he was coaching you, offensive line, times you and he didn't see eye to eye. Did you actually have a Foyo that you stuck pins in?
No.
Is this?
But you know everything when you're 16 and 17 years old.
Of course you do.
You know, you got all the answers. And I
don't even know what the questions are. You got all the answers.
So I was the typical kid who thought I was always right, and of course it is. And the coach was awesome, man, with his patience and his guidance and his toughness, man. He was tough.
It's tough.
Come on.
It's tough, dude.
It's tough. Yeah, there was a couple times we had. I mean, I was coachable, but sometimes I wasn't.
Coachable until you weren't.
Yeah, it was all fun. It was all fun. It was all intense and awesome, and I wouldn't have traded that for nothing. He was unbelievable. He was such a big part of who we became, and he's awesome, and he's missed. He's missed. He's a great guy, a great mentor, a great teacher. Even though I've been thrilled with the coaching aspect and the recruiting aspect that I've had here. They were kind of cheated a little bit, you know, because they didn't have, you know, Lewis had them for class.
Yeah.
And he learned with coach, you know, but coach was always in his ear, you know, about like technique, because coach would go out there with some techniques. But he was unbelievable. He was
one of
you
a
know,
kind.
I could just go on and on about Coach Foyo, so I'll just stop.
And what Fred meant to your brother, without saying, Alex would not be at you, Fred. And his impact on Mario as well. Huge, you know, and that seems to be a reoccurring theme in this conversation is
Fred
the
Foyle.
impact of Fred Foyle. And I think you have something you want to say about Fred Foyle, don't you?
Yeah, I do. So for those first 10 individuals that donate $500 to this Giving Day event, you will be given 4 free passes to the Fred Foyle Brew Fest, which is coming up not this Saturday, but next Saturday, October the 12th. So for the first 10 individuals that donate $500, it doesn't matter to whichever fund you donate towards, you will be given 4 free passes to the Fred Foyle Brew Fest coming up October the 12th. And it's going to be fun. It's going to be great. A lot of
Buenos Tiempos.
Buenos Tiempos indeed. Yes, it's going to be fun. So looking forward to it.
So you're throwing down $500.
I'll throw down another. I already
Okay.
did, but I'll throw down another $500. Yes, I will.
Perfect. I'm in.
Okay, great.
I'm in.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you.
Perfect.
Fellas, I can't thank you enough. Be here with us to share your memories. And if guys don't listen to you and if they don't feel something, then they're not alive. Because what you said was touching, visceral, and most importantly, true. And you mean a great deal to me. I think you guys know that. And you mean a great deal to each other. You mean a great deal to this school. And thank you.
You could, thank you for having us.
No,
For having us.
we could keep going.
We could beer go. No.
All right, Explore Nation. Thank you to Lou Cristobal, Albert Barthelemy, Mirabal. Appreciate you guys very much. Thank you for that pledge, Albert. And we're back in the War Room Exploration after that interesting trio we just had. It's a real honor to welcome from the great class of 1981, Hall of Famer, 20 years of board member here at Columbus High School. Tremendous amounts of legal work for the school. Alumni dad, son-in-law works here. Done a little bit of everything and a lot of many great things. It's an honor to welcome Mr. Mick Maspons. Great to have you, Mick. You went to school across the way here, Little St. Brendan's.
Yes, I did.
You found your way to Columbus High School, class of 81. The character of the class of 81. And characters that have gone on to do great things for this school. So talk about your time here, how you got back involved, and why you continue, although you're no longer on the board. Nobody talks to you as much now as you did when you were on the board. So talk about all those things, Mick, and why, and there's a couple of things I want to ask you, but go ahead.
Well, when I was at Little St. Brendan's, actually, it's a funny story. I was, I think, in 8th grade, and Brother Kevin came to speak to us.
Okay.
And it was a young, energetic Brother Kevin, who I'd never met before. And I pretty much knew I was coming here, but other than the fact that I would jump the fence to go. And I'd come over to see the basketball game. And football. I would go to those. But I didn't know much about the school. When I finished with Brother Kevin, I got home and I told my parents, there's no doubt when I'm in school. Because remember, at that time, St. Brendan's High School just.
Correct.
So I was coming here no matter what. So my first day, I still remember my first day of class at Columbus when I walked into, I guess it was the cafeteria, maybe it was the gym, I don't remember. They said, men. And I looked around and they were talking to us. And I remember that vividly because I told my son that story and he said to me after his first day of freshman year, Dad, they called me men today. So anyway, so that's the way it started here at Columbus. I had the 4 greatest years of my life. A lot of the characters are still here. You were a senior when I was a freshman.
That's true.
Crazy football player. You know, the same John Linsky that you are now, with the passion that you had then, you have it now. And I don't think people say, but digress, thank you enough for what you do. For what you do for Columbus, what you do for the young men here. They still talk about you, even though you're not teaching. They still talk about you. So I want to say thank you to you.
Appreciate you that.
So anyway, so I continued my journey here. I had some of the most amazing teachers.
Yeah.
Maybe the 2 best teachers I ever had in all my career of being in school were here. John Roach and Brother Marcus.
Yeah.
And
John Roach could teach some math.
he could teach some math. So I had an amazing 4 years here. I had memories that talk about some of the characters. We had George Moss, as you know. I'm going to miss some, and I'll get to the story of how I ended up back on the board because it was a class of 81 for Page, Desmond. I could go on and on with some of the guys. We had some of the most amazing people. And by the way, many of them are still involved.
Absolutely.
So I graduated and then I went away to college and I didn't know that I was going to come back. And then I went on to law school, and while in law school, I met my wife, who was from Miami. And she made it clear that she wasn't leaving. So I came back. And so this was like, we didn't follow Columbus, and things like that, but I really didn't come back much on campus because you're busy.
Well, life happens.
Having life, et cetera. So in the late 90s, my friend Hernan Organ-Vitas called me, and Hernan and George, as we all were, he said, I'd like you to come on the board. Brother Angel will be his last year before Brother Patrick came over.
Yes.
And I came onto the board, and I thought it would be your typical board. I mean, you sit around, there's 5 or 6 people who make all the decisions. You just rubber stamp it all. Nothing like that. This was a working board where your input was valued. We had a very good board. We had businessmen, we had people in the construction industry, like you just saw at Albert here. You had people in the educational space. You had a very diverse board, but everybody added something. our board meetings were just amazing. And they listened. They listened.
I think the board is reflective of this school. You know, diverse backgrounds, everything, working for a common cause, and your operative work, working, guys on the board don't show up, and their time, their talent, and their treasure. And there's something I want to say, we're here on Giving Day, asking people to give publicly and everything else. You, like many guys, have very privately, very quietly done a lot of very good things. I know a number of young men that have attended Columbus High School because you took care of it. That's got to be a great feeling to see those young men who would not have been here without your generosity go on and become productive members of society.
It is Giving Day, and one thing, when we talk about Columbus, we all get very emotional because it's had such a big impact on our lives while we were here and thereafter. And I think it shaped the men that we've tried to become and continue to try to be. But one thing that I tell everybody when we talk about giving to Columbus, when you give to Columbus, you could actually see where it goes.
Yeah.
You don't have somebody driving a big expensive car. You don't see somebody having big expensive, you see a new building. You know, you see a new program being launched, like what Marcus Lemonis has done. Thank you, Marcus. What the Mosses have done. But it's not just those. It's the guy who gives $50, $100, $150. And if you get 10, 20, 30 of them, it makes a difference.
It adds up, doesn't it?
It does. It becomes, gets a momentum. But back to why I've always given. I know that every dollar that I give to Columbus is going to go into Columbus. We hire new teachers. My son-in-law teaches here.
Yes, he does.
And I will tell you, when he was coming over here, because he's not a Columbus guy. And I said, gosh, I don't know that he's going to buy into it. My daughter told me recently, and I think I told you this, Dad, I never thought I was going to meet a bigger Columbus guy fan than you. He's been here 5 years. You know him.
He's amazing. I mean, he's a madman. But he's amazing. And he is great with kids, and he makes science. That's not easy.
Yes.
Yeah. They learn and they have a good time. And that's Columbus in a nutshell. So, like so many guys, we know you don't have to go to Columbus to be a Columbus guy. It can be done.
Right.
You know,
Well, our president.
exactly.
The president is not a Columbus grad, and I will tell you, and I tell him all the time, you know, you drank the Kool-Aid because, you know, you're one of us now.
Well, you're distributing the Kool-Aid. It's even better. What was it like when your son go to school here and have the same experience from many of the same people that you had?
It was amazing. It's funny because John Cristobal was here talking about his son's about to graduate, and I went through the same sadness when my son was graduating. As a matter of fact, I met the story. My son said, "Dad, do you think I can get a red shirt here?" Because it was just
Junior college idea is not a bad idea.
talk to the president. Good development. But it was amazing because he came in as a little boy and he got out as a man. And you know, he has 3 older sisters who keep him in line. I'm very proud of us. And I know you know him well because he and him, the Villanova connection. But he's a good man. And I think that Columbus had a lot to do with that. I think that instilling the morals, instilling the values, instilling the Marist philosophy about taking care of other people. You know, we try at home, but he spends a lot of time here, many, many, many hours a day. And he would walk out of here. And I think every single day he learns something. And that makes me very happy. So it had a huge impact on his life, on my life, on our family's life, him being here. And it was 30 some years after I was here.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, here we sit all these years later. And what I enjoy, I'm sure you enjoy, is whenever you come to this place, yes, it's new, it's big, it's changing, but it's still Columbus High School. The essence is still here. And I think because of our alumni base, because of their concern, because of their involvement, because of their passion, that will never change. You know, the Marist brothers started something great. And now the lay people have taken on such a large amount of responsibility. It's in the Marist tradition.
I think the Marist have done a great job of instilling the Marist philosophy in all of us. Because unfortunately, we don't have as many Marist brothers as we had when you and I were here.
Yeah.
But we still have a lot of great men who are in the Marist tradition.
Yeah.
Every day you see it here. And you see it more than I do, but you know, it's every day.
Reputation. Well, speaking of, very famous man just walked in the room, Explore Nation. We'll deal with him in a moment. Nick, the amount of time you've given to the school, selfishly, you know, we can't thank you enough.
Something.
Yeah.
Just anything I can do. I see what it's like for the men. Some of the men. I think we.
I hope so too. Tell you what, you get to ring the bell because we've got an update. Correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen. We've passed 200,000. Or cowbell, absolutely. Yeah, we don't need to ring that bell a few more times tonight. I know it's date night. I know you've got places to go. And appreciate you taking the time to be here. Always good to see you, my friend.
Thank you.
Big Match Bonds, gentlemen. We'll see you again real soon. 200K with more to come. Thank you. Coronation, we're back in the War Room live on Giving Day. And yes, your eyes are not mistaken. It is the venerable one seated next to me, the one and only the man who started it all here at Columbus High School from the class of 1962 for E. Carter Burris Jr. Mr. Burris, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me over.
You put on your Sunday go to church shirt, obviously, you know.
This is me. This
Is
high school.
it really is you in every fashion. Listen, we all know the traditions of this school. We all know the history of this school. And I think we all have heard of the ripple effect. You know, you throw that little pebble in the pond and the ripples and the ripples.
Great metaphor.
I think it's going somewhere here. Had you not decided to come back and teach here, I don't know where this school would be, because you were the first alumni to come back and teach here. And you inspired so many people to do exactly the same thing. And now I think it's the bedrock, along with our values, it's the bedrock, which is school rest. And so on behalf of all of us, myself included, thank you for setting the bar so high and so well for all of us to follow. And without you, the Columbus High School is not what it is.
Well, thank you. I feel good. It warms my heart. And I also thank the Maris brothers for deciding to come down here in 1950 and take charge of the school.
Missionary school. There's nothing down here.
No, they told us that. Said, we are here in New York, and you are part of the great untouched. And of course, we tried to figure out what that meant, but we didn't know at the time. But after a while, we figured it out. They were so much more cultured than we were. At least they thought so.
At least they thought so.
And of course, they did do some things like take us to the ballet, to the opera, and plays, and they did. It wasn't that easy. Sometimes, if you're given a certain animal, try to dress it up, it's still the animal.
Lipstick on the pig. Yes.
They did a great job.
And we're still all a work in progress. And speaking of progress, I can't even imagine what it's like for you going back to when this school first opened, sitting here now, and the changes that have occurred in the development. In fact, the two oldest things on this campus basically are you and your perpetual oak tree that bears your name.
That's absolutely true.
In the East End zone. So talk about how enjoyable, on a serious note, how enjoyable it's been for you to see the evolution of the school that started with 128 kids or whatever it was.
Well, sometimes I sit back and reflect on my life and education, which I was born to do this.
Yeah.
And if I had to go back and someone say, well, what else could you do? This is it. I'm doing it, education.
Yeah.
And I think the Maris brothers, and especially the teachers I had at that time, inspired me. But Columbus was great back then, 1950, 1960s kind of great, and it's great to now. Right now, 2024. It's just society's different.
Yeah.
They did things back then that if we reminisced and told you, would not believe us or go and put us in jail. But it was a different time, but still, students were the same. They loved the school. They're dedicated to the school. They were truly a band of brothers. Although the term band of brothers back then meant something a little different than now.
Yeah, it may have. And yes, some of the methods back then may have been deemed unsound by today's standards. Could be that as it may, it all made us what we are today. And one thing I'd like to point out through your many, many decades here, you have always been very generous to the school. You give back to school in time, in your talents. You attend every event. You're always available. And, you know, financially, you've made donation after donation after donation. Many people choose to give back to the place where they work. Maybe you don't view this place as work. Why do you continue to support the school financially?
I appreciate so much the school and the Marist Brothers gave me, and I've also seen how they affect so many other people in society, people that you thought maybe, well, they're not going to do so well. They come to Columbus and they come out and they can be spectacular, not only professionally, but in themselves, socially, everything. So I've seen you do some amazing things, as you have also being an educator here for a long period of time. But I've always appreciated what they did, and one of the ways I can show this is by making a financial contribution, which I'm going to do tonight.
Yes, you are. But before we get to that, with the wonders of technology, hopefully, a dear friend of yours from the great class of 1967.
Yes.
Melissa, is Jim Gardner, is he with us?
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you for joining us. Tell people about Jim and why he's so significant and why he's joining us.
Well, Jim is a Westchester, a product of Westchester. He came over for Key Biscayne. His father, military man, wanted him to go to Columbus. They fought against it. Father won.
Yeah. Well, our family goes way back to New Jersey when my dad went to Mount St. Michael High School in New Jersey, and Brother Benedict was his English teacher. And we lived on Key Biscayne back in '59. And I had three brothers, and my dad, who was an ex-Marine and an Iwo Jima survivor, basically told you were going to Columbus. Well, we were dead set on going to Gables and playing for Nick Cody's, and we moved to Westchester, which we were 3 blocks from Columbus, so I could at least walk to practice. And it was, and I had an older brother. Well, we went to St. Brennan's first. I finished up there, but I had been playing football at the youth center in 7th and 8th grade. I was looking at Columbus, and I was looking at the scores, and I was wondering where do I really want to go? And it wasn't really a choice. It was just you took the tests, they looked at your grade point average, and they placed you in whatever class you ended up. Fortunately, I ended up in 1A, and I had to compete against 24 geniuses. So for me, academically, it was a big challenge at first. I played JV football with Nick Pollock, who taught me a lot. And then the following year, I played in 10th grade. I played JV football. And I had Jerry Reynolds as a position coach. I don't know if you guys knew him. He was like an All-American guard at UM. And he taught me more about football than I had learned in 3 years. And he got me moved up at spring to varsity. And that's when I found out what real football was like. So after getting knocked around at spring football, I ran track for Brother John. And I got involved in running relays. Our quarterback, Vitell. And we were the sprint guys. And Lou was already starting on varsity when I was a sophomore. So he was the all-county quarterback that really improved Columbus offensively. But most of the guys, I was playing defense, and most of the guys I played on defense with were guys that either played with me at the youth center in 7th and 8th grade, or they played for the South Miami Grey Ghosts. So we didn't come into high school cold, but by the time we were juniors, that senior class ahead of us was, let's just say they weren't involved like we were involved. And I had a head coach named John Morelovich. I don't know if you know his reputation or who it was, but he wanted to be Bear Bryant, and his practices were Bear Bryant style. I mean, we did 2 days in the summer. You show up at 7 a.m. You went out and did grass drills, and then you scrimmaged for an hour. You came in, you showered, you went into the gym. He taped up all the windows. We ran plays in our socks. We ate lunch, took off for an hour, went back out in pads and scrimmaged for 2 hours. And that's the way it was. That was
guys, because you were the first team, you were part of the first team that beat Coral Gables. How big a moment was that, Jim?
That was incredible to being captain of the defense and holding them to 7 points. Who could have thought it? National champs. I mean, you would read the predictions in the Herald, and it was 44-0. And I had played against them as a junior, and we had gotten stuffed 39-0. So I think they were expecting the same result. But the way we practiced our senior, in between our junior and senior year, it went from the 3-a-days. Playing in a game became almost easy as far as when the fourth quarter rolled around, you weren't tired. Nobody made mistakes, no penalties, well disciplined. We had a winning quarterback, and we just held on. And it was, I mean, when we dressed, I think we dressed 33 guys, and most of us played both ways. And when you're warming up and you see 0 through 99 come running through the goalposts, 3 bus scores of players, and you're just that's intimidating at first, but none of us were swayed by it. It was a good team. I had never really played on a losing team until my junior year, and I was sick of it. And I think Merlovich benched the seniors, and he started playing the juniors, and we just improved. And he changed the defense, and the rest was history. If we had such attrition, as far as I was playing with my jaw wired up, I had a broken jaw, and the injury list was huge, but everybody, we got it out. We probably should have gone 8-2, but by the end of the season, we were all burned out. So,
well, you got the one that counted, Jim, and that was the first big win in the history of Columbus football, and we built from there. And we appreciate you taking the time to join us tonight. Carter always speaks highly of you and your brothers, and you're one of the early families, great families of Columbus High School. So thank you so much for joining us tonight. It's been good to see you, and we appreciate your story, Jim. Thank you.
Linsky, you're a legend in our house, because even my son and my grandson talked about your classes. My stepson, Eric Van Armen, do you remember him?
The wrestler.
Yeah. He was a wrestler.
Yeah.
But did you teach American history?
I did.
Yeah. They were legendary classes. I mean, that's all they talked about was Coach Linsky. So
Next door neighbor, is that correct?
Freddie Foyo used to come over, and when I moved back home in 1970, because my mother had passed away and I had to raise my 2 brothers with my dad, the first thing I brought was a squat rack and 700 pounds of Olympic weights. And I got my younger brother Jeff out there and knocked 20 pounds off of him. And Carter can tell you exactly the way Jeff played. But football was always number one, and Columbus was too.
Appreciate that, Jim. Thanks for joining us, okay?
Thank you, Jim.
Yep.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
All right, Carter. Good talking to you guys. Love the podcast. Thank you.
Thank you. Blast from the past there, Dr. Burris.
That was incredible. He didn't have a chance to tell you the story, but his team that played the year before, they went down and played Key West and lost. So that same coach, John Marilovich, they drove all the way back. They didn't spend the night like they used to down there. They came right in like at 3 o'clock in the morning out of the Columbus field. No one had their pads off. The coach wouldn't let them take their pads off. The school bus pulled out to the football field, kept the lights on. They went out. This practice. This is never going to happen again. Ran out on the field just practicing. I don't think you could pull that off today.
No, I don't. I think Don would be looking for employment elsewhere if that happened. Dr. Burris, we were talking earlier. You want to do something special.
Yes, I do.
Tell us what that would be.
Okay, I would like to make a contribution of $500. Count it out.
So
$500, and this is the challenge I make.
Okay.
And anybody that would like to equal that challenge, for all those, and I don't know how many are out there watching this, you remember a story I used to tell called the milk truck story, where two Columbus guys and myself traveled around the United States, visiting all the other Columbus students and getting into all kinds of trouble and adventures.
Mischief.
Not
trouble.
Yeah, mischief, okay? And making some unwise decisions and making some good decisions. But that trip had an impact on my life that is still with me today. You and I, you did a podcast of this complete with slides. It's 90 frigging minutes long. Did you say frigging? I said frigging. And this show, I am going to personally send to every person that matches. We're going to send you a link. It's 90 minutes. It's going to be sent to your phone on a link, and you will watch this, and this will bring you back to the past. You'll look at it and say, I remember that. I remember when he did that. I remember that. Because this was an iconic story that was told for 25 years here at Columbus to all the history classes that I had.
Rite of passage.
It's only been told a few times since then, but your podcast, it captured the essence of the whole thing.
It lives on in through eternity now. So this $500.
Yes.
Where would you like this money to go?
Well, there's a program here that I know you were instrumental in being part of it, and I played a little part in it. It's called the Caring
Hearts Fund.
Caring Hearts program. Would you like to tell them what this program does?
What Caring Hearts does, and it's a very, very worthy cause. We have many, many boys that attend school here that lack the essentials, the fundamentals. They don't have money for lunch. They don't have money to buy new shirts every year, new shoes. They can't go to the prom. There are new things, obligations that they just can't meet financially. And the caring tragedies occur. Caring Hearts Fund steps up and provides the kids financial means to meet their basics. There's nothing more worthy, Columbus, than Caring Hearts, and there's nothing sadder than a hungry kid. So money that goes to Caring Hearts goes exactly to the people that need it the most. So $500 to Caring Hearts. When you make your donation, if you can just notate somewhere in there, milk truck story. We will make sure that Dr. Burris personally uploads. Can you
personally?
Do you know how to upload?
Yes, I do. No, it says ready to go. I've got it.
That's
amazing right here on this.
That's fantastic. So he will upload this personally from his phone to your phone, and your life will never be the same.
I can guarantee you.
My life's never been the same since the day I met you in 9th grade. You know,
I hope I was kind.
No, you were not actually, but you inspired me to be what I am today, and I still want to be you when I grow up.
Okay.
So, you know, it's a lofty goal. But there's nobody like you.
Thank you.
There is absolutely no one like you. You are a unique character. You talk about treasure to this institution.
Treasure.
She may think otherwise, but we treasure you here at Columbus High School. So make that donation. You'll get the upload from Dr. Burris, and there's nobody like him. Let's give it up. Coordination, thank you, Dr. Burris.
Okay,
We'll be back soon.
thanks for having me over.
We're back at Fluorination in the War Room with Mr. Adrian Alfonso, class of 1997, school board president, 98. What difference does it make at this point?
We're 17 hours in.
Okay.
Jerry Lewis.
Yeah, it's getting like that. Hall of Famer, a guy who has done above and beyond service to this school. Great family, those are great guys. Education is unparalleled. Thank you for coming out for the second time today.
Thank you, John.
And join us. You were here first thing in the morning. You're here in the evening hour. What you do, brother. Thank you for being here.
It's great to be here. You've been here since in the morning talking to people?
Yeah, something like that.
So let's turn this, let's ask you some questions.
Wait a second, what are we doing here?
We're flipping it.
All right,
I'm gonna ask you some questions.
all right. Ask away, my friend.
So, you know, you love asking in your podcast, tell me how you got to Columbus, right?
Yeah.
What's your story? How did you make it to Columbus?
Oh, pretty simple story. One of my earliest memories, actually, my grandparents, my dad's parents, grew up right down 32nd on 94th Avenue. My Uncle Paul graduated in 1964, and I remember, remember things, right? My grandmother in the car with her down 32nd, and she pointed over and said, graduated from there, and that's where you're going to go today. And I thought this was the biggest place I'd ever seen in my life. So at age 4, I knew I was going to this place, and there was never a question. I grew up down south in Palmetto Bay. A lot of my friends went to Palmetto. It's fine, because I was an Epiphany kid. It was predetermined. Epiphany, Columbus, that's simple. Done. Never even a second thought.
How big was the school?
Roughly 800. Yeah, I didn't have air conditioning till my junior year. It was different, but I will tell you, it was through donations that we did get air conditioning, and that's a very valuable lesson I learned back then. That if you pay it forward to people, and the guys that are, Dr. Burris's age, is basically who they were at the time. They didn't have air conditioning, but they allowed us to have air conditioning. I learned that lesson then, and I've never forgotten it. You want to pay it forward. You want to make the next generation have an easier time than you did.
Definitely. You've been a student here, you were a teacher, a coach.
Yeah.
You were administration.
Yeah.
Ambassador to alumni.
Yeah.
Of all the roles you've had, which one have you enjoyed the most? I know they've all been clear. Which one have you enjoyed the most?
You're right. They were all different, and they were all great in their own way. I will say this, brother, that the job I didn't at all, the job I ended up enjoying. It was the most gratifying, no question. Being dean, didn't make the decision forced upon me by Stephen McKeon, and I had no choice. I didn't want to do it. I was teaching World War II. I loved it. Everything just the way I wanted it. And they blew it up on me and used that Catholic Irish guilt. You got to do it. The school needs you, and I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever, man. He was right. Best thing I ever did.
Those were good times for you.
They were great times.
Then you transitioned and you were helping, or did you retire and then come back? I forget which one.
Well,
Part time.
It's funny how things work out at Columbus. There's ideas sort of nebulous, and they turn into something. We wanted out of Miami. Decided to move to Macon. I'd been working with the Allman Brothers for a very long time, and just when time is right in life, decision to do something. And Tom said, "Listen, we don't want you to go away completely. Please stay involved." And so I had this sort of development thing, and I'd come back and I'd do the life lessons thing. And, just when you think you're out, they pull you back in. And I started to enjoy doing exactly what we're doing, dealing with guys older in life, but the relationships are there. And you come to realize, not to sound cheesy or whatever, that no, you really did have an impact on people, and they really did appreciate it more than you realized. And now this is an opportunity to share that. And this new role, completely unseen. I don't really have a job description. That's the beauty of it. Tom and me, we just kind of do things. And man, it's been phenomenal.
Yeah, I think you guys have a great thing going on. Entire development team working with Tom. You guys are doing fantastic things, right? Nick does an amazing job with what he does. You have your expertise, call it, and how you connect with the alumni and everything else that you do. So I think it's been great since we got you back full time.
I got it. The word is gratifying. It's incredibly gratifying. It makes you realize that, you do all that work all those years. It does have meaning, and it goes beyond the NBN or D-Day or any of that stuff that we talked about. What is it? Somebody said, people don't remember what you said. They remember what you meant to them, something to that effect, to paraphrase it. And I've come to realize that there is something to that.
I was lucky enough to be one of these. New things, I guess, that we can't say here.
We had a wonderful time, and believe it or not, I've learned.
They did.
That's the amazing thing. When they verbatim start saying things back to me, something happened. But no, it's great to look back, no question. But we move forward by looking back. I think what we're doing here is based upon the memories, the common memories we all had, the particular memories that are important to us. And we take those and we want to share them with the kids that are going through it now. And that's why we do this. Contribute. The past is prologue to the future. And everything you did, everything we did is here. We want to get to the next level. And Tom's got big plans. And you're a huge part of this. We're all a piece of the puzzle. And what we want to do is going to be a long-term thing, and it's great to be part of it. But we can't do anything without those guys out there.
So, you've been asking everybody why do you give to Columbus, right? I give, for me, one of the greatest thing that I enjoy being on the board and involved is being able to come on campus for reasons, for meetings or for whatever it is during the school day.
Yeah.
Because to see the kids and just feel the the culture and the environment and everyone having a great time. I mean, buildings have changed, the school looks different, but you still have the same feeling, right? And I've had the privilege of seeing kids start off freshman year and graduate very successful, and 4 years that they were even seeing that change. And to me, that's why I to continue to be able to help towards that. Why does Mr. Linsky give?
I give because this place has defined me. And I know what it's done for me. And when an institution and people touched your life for a very long time, in fact, the entire arc of your life, basically, you feel compelled to pay that back, and give other young men an opportunity to have that experience. That's why I do it. My best friends went to school. You can say the same thing. And that just doesn't happen at other places. And like I said, the first time I saw this place, I was 4 years old, and here we are. So that's why I do it. The thread of my life is interwoven through the fabric of this school. That's it, bro.
So you've been doing podcasts for how long now? For
season 6.
Season 6.
We need both hands now. Season 6. We're closing on 100 episodes.
So which was your favorite?
It's like you pick between your children, right?
Getting McKeon on was
that
a challenge.
That was pulling teeth. Yes, it really was. He was an involuntary participant, but it worked out. I think my favorite one it has to be Mr. O'Brien, because it's the only one we had to edit. You know, it was the only one we had to edit. I've done several, but the first one was so classic OB, you know, the filter, blood filter, you know. But they've all been great in their own way. And, like so many things at this place, it started off as a lot, sort of something to do, pass the time, during COVID and everything. Something that turned into like an oral history of school.
Which is exactly what it is. It's amazing. Amazing all the stories that come out of there, and you hear about the same individuals, you know, Brother Edmund. I mean, I always knew Brother Edmund with the school, but I mean, each time you talk and every person that he hired that's had such a huge impact on the school. And those are things that we might not have known if not through the podcast. So
yeah,
it's the work that you do. I know Melissa's behind the scenes. I mean, it's amazing what you do with the podcast.
And it, again, that's not work. It's truly enjoyable. And to hear people's perspectives and moments in time in this school, it's very, very, very gratifying. You're right. Edmund Sheen's name keeps coming up.
It comes up
over. And why do I give to Columbus? Because that man took a chance on me over the phone. You know, I had a 30-second interview for a job.
How times have changed.
30 seconds. I literally, you know this, I had to call him back to say, brother, so I have a job. I mean, that 30-second changed clearly my entire life and a lot of other lives because of that. So yeah, Edmund Sheehan, he did that with Fred Foyo, he did that with Steve O'Brien, he did that with Diano, Maria Foy. I can keep going. Yeah, so that's why.
This was fun.
This was really fun. It's nice to be on this end for a change.
Easier.
And actually, I just
answer
questions, and you asked me questions that were pertinent and important, but very easy to answer.
John, thank you for doing this. I know you've been here all day and still have a few hours, right?
Yeah,
You're
but
not going anywhere?
good to go.
3 hours? 3 hours and 20 minutes?
It's been incredibly gratifying. And the last thing I do want to say is without people like you, listen, you know, you've got a new man of a certain age with a new baby. I mean, that I'm saying it's not easy, you know, and you are a very busy man, especially involved with a lot of other charities and everything else. Yet this place has a special place in your heart. Thank you for everything you do.
My pleasure. I love doing it. And maybe we'll go COVID. 3 girls I have, right? If
You know what? How many girls would love to go to school?
I don't think it's happening anytime.
No, it's not, but man, you know, but thank you for everything, brother.
Thank you.
So everyone. We're back live from the War Room, Explorer Nation Giving Day, 11 and a half hours into this, still going strong. You guys are still supporting us. We deeply appreciate it, and talking about support for Columbus High School from the great class of 1984, a legendary class. I'll go so far as to say that. Done everything here. You've been a basketball coach, you've been a history teacher, science teacher, which is a whole another story for another time. 7 years in development, 2 decades here. Another guy like Juice just goes by one name, Flash.
Yes.
Here he is, the infamous Flash Fernandez. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you for
Been waiting all day to get you on, and we saved the best for last here.
I don't know
So,
about that, but I'll take it.
you know, you've been working like a dog. Tony's here. You guys really pushing your classmates, and I think that's a sign of how close you guys are.
Yeah, our class has celebrated our 40th year reunion a couple of weekends ago. We had a great turnout and everybody had a great time. We loved it. And our class, that's why we call ourselves the great class of 84.
You know, and a lot of classes are great, but there's something about you guys. What do you think it is, Flash? I mean, everybody's got a story about why their class is great. It's 84 so special.
Well,
Your opinion.
our class, in my opinion, the reason why we're so close and you know, we get together as often as possible.
Yeah.
And I think part of the reason is when we came, our background, I remember when I graduated from Columbus, I remember there were people that I got to know from all walks of life.
Yeah.
They were middle and upper middle class, upper class, and you never knew the difference. You know, I remember I came to school with one of the McCartys, and I didn't know till years later that he belonged to the McCarty family. And
Yeah,
it was
that
one of those
McCarty
because
family, yeah.
it never, but it never stood out. And we all just seemed to blend in and mesh as one.
Isn't it wonderful, the egalitarian aspect of this school? It doesn't matter if your father's a billionaire or if he's blue collar or anywhere in between. When you sit down at that lunch table,
We're all the same. We're all one
explorers.
brother. We're all explorers. We're all one.
You know, and you've been, like I said, part of advancement for 7 years now. What have you learned about the generosity of explorers through your?
One thing I've learned, and it amazes me, and it's hard to explain because I have had some people that come up to me, and even though they give their, if you ever need anything,
Yeah.
you call me. You know, they're more than happy, you know, to give. And a lot of times they get more out of giving than receiving something from Columbus.
That's really very well put, and I think you're spot on. There is something that feels good about giving to this place, because I know people that will give to this place and they ain't giving money to anybody else.
Yep. They're more than happy to do it. They actually want to do it.
They do. They do. You've developed some amazing friendships and relationships over your decades here. We were just, before we went on, having a great conversation about the immortal Butch Diano.
Yes.
Talk about what Butch has meant to you.
Me and Staiano go back. Staiano has known me since I was in 2nd grade. And he would actually babysit me when I was younger. When my parents would go out of town or go out on a date, Butch was my babysitter.
You know, that explains
Butch, I've known him, Staiano, since I was a little kid. He was my sponsor for confirmation. He was my older brother's sponsor at confirmation. I mean, he's been a big part of my life since forever. One of the things, the reason why I came back to Columbus was he came calling and he goes, "Hey, we need a basketball coach. You want to do it?" I was more than happy to come back, and that's what my life after graduating from Columbus started. Was right there and then.
You love basketball.
Yes.
It's been your life, a part of your life for forever. What do you think about the game of basketball?
You know what? To me, my older brother was a basketball player, so always looking up to my brother he did it, so I wanted to do it.
Yeah.
And then when I started playing it, since I was in second grade, I'll never forget, since I was in second grade, my brother pulled me outside one day. He goes, "Here, you want to learn basketball?" And he started teaching me how to play basketball.
Yeah.
And those moments with my brother always meant a lot to me. So it was something that when I started coaching and playing here, I remember when I played with Brother Kevin and for Stajano, it was like, okay, this is different than what I was used to. So it was just the attention to details, which wasn't anything I was used to. The attention to all the little details is what got me interested in that. And to me, later on in my years when I became a coach, it's something that I always took with me. I was never the best of athletes. I mean, my nickname is Flash, not because I was fast. I always told people that the tall guy they call Shorty, that's why they call me Flash, because I wasn't fast at all. So I had to pay attention to the details, to make myself a better basketball player.
Random thought just crossed my mind. There's some great games, obviously, but when you break basketball down to its essence, you can play 1-on-1, you can play 2-on-2, 3-on-3, 5-on-5, but the key thing to basketball is teamwork.
Yes.
I think probably more than any other sport, or certainly as much. When you get 5 guys in sync, thinking the same way, on the same page, there's beauty in that game that you don't see anywhere else.
Yeah.
That's what I think people love about it's well played basketball game. You can't beat it.
And in basketball, in my coaching career, one of the things I used to use, there's 5 players that play on the court at a time, and I would go, 5 guys together make a fist, and this is more powerful than 5 guys, individually.
One finger.
A punch is stronger than a slap. So I used to use it with my players. I go, we all got to come together. We all got to understand our roles, and when you understand our roles for the betterment of the team, it makes us a much better team.
And I think our school embodies that very attitude. When we're all in sync, we're working together, there's nothing we can't accomplish. And I think tonight is an example of that. We're exceeding what we did last year, and you get like dogs trying to get everybody
to participate.
It's
all about, I've always said, it's always about everybody coming together. If everyone does their part, it adds up to a lot.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter how small the donation, how much of his time, of his treasure, whatever, or talent, whatever it is, if everyone gives a little bit, it helps out in the grand theme of things.
Part of what you do in advancement is you got to make a lot of phone calls, and obviously that can be tedious, it can be tiresome. At the same time, I'm sure there's a lot of joy and satisfaction when you connect with someone you haven't talked to in a long time, or when you connect with somebody for the first time, period. And all of a sudden, boom, Columbus guys talking Columbus.
It's all about building relations. And, one thing that I got to do, I was a teacher for many years, and then I left. I stayed coaching, but when I left teaching, I did pharmaceutical sales for 15 years, and that was sales. And when I was able to come back and do this, to me, it was still sales, but now I got to sell Columbus. And what best is there to sell than something you truly believe in, like Columbus?
Oh, you
and it was a no-brainer for me. It was a no-brainer for me, to come back.
You got to believe in your product.
Exactly.
And it's one thing when you're, in pharmaceuticals or whatever, but this is your life's blood right here.
I sold some medication that I wouldn't recommend to my family. But when you believe in your product, it makes your job. It's not a job. It's a feeling that you get that it doesn't feel like working. That's why I enjoy my job so much.
And it's clear you and Tony working the phones tonight. It's classic Columbus. There's always that aspect of peer pressure that worked when you were 17 and in your 50s. It doesn't matter. Come on, man. What are you doing? You're letting us down.
All life lessons that we learned here. I mean, Columbus is very special. Like I said, we just had a 40-year reunion. And we were all talking about Columbus. We had the Saturday night reunion, like the dinner that we had. And everyone was saying how special those 4 years were. But this is guys 40 years later, and they're still talking about their years here at Columbus.
Not only that, these are very successful guys.
Yes.
Guys that have gone on to do a lot of things, and yet they point back to these 4 years as being so formulative.
Yeah.
And so molding. You know, and so let me ask, not to put you on the spot, is 84 going to pull it out?
Well, we're hoping for, we told him I've been doing our part for it. So right now we're in second place. So for you guys out there, for class of 84, if you haven't done it, go ahead and make a donation tonight before midnight. We need to come in first this year. Last year we came in third. We're trying to pull it out and come in first this year. Right now we are.
We got, neither one of us can see those numbers.
97 is in the lead with 20%, 84.
You blew it
So
up.
we are, so the class of 84 is 1.5% behind the class of 97. We gotta do our part. Guys that haven't done it, go ahead. We have till maybe a little bit over 2 hours.
Within reach.
Within reach.
Ballot box.
6 or 7 of you to get us over the hump.
Not out of the realm. It
No.
can be done.
Last year we came close, but nothing.
Yes. You know, don't really vote off, didn't really get, change your name, whatever, you know, can be done.
Yeah.
Flash, we've known each other for a long time and we appreciate everything you do for this school in so many different roles. And, you know, you're one of the characters of this place, you know. Again, when you're a one name person, you're somebody. And thank you so much for what you're doing. And I wish you, not to be biased, you know, but I'm wishing 84 all the best tonight.
I'm hoping we can pull it off. Let's see.
We'll tell my brother.
Yes, it will.
But thank you very much.
Thank you. Class of 84, let's go.
And we're back, Explorer Nation, in the war room, a change of pace. We've gone from having aged and ugly Columbus graduates to I am a thorn between two roses now. So happy to be joined by the ladies behind the scene in advancement. We have got Marissa Ramusa to my left. Vivian.
It's our 18.
Oh, but
I'm sorry.
oh, it's all backwards. Okay. But you are to my left. You just up there. Okay.
The L, this is the way we do it on our hands.
Yeah, I did. Okay. So we'll just start over and pretend none of this has happened. Okay.
You did it. Go ahead. We're good.
You did.
Pick it up. I'm just trying to get him to start again.
Do it.
Starting over. Linsky.
Okay. All right. So we're back. Okay. And we're back, Explorer Nation, live from the war room, 11 and a half hours in and just feeling great. No question about that. So we have now gone from old and withered Columbus graduates to youthful beauty, a thorn between roses here. I've got Marissa to my left and Vivian to my right, the women behind the scenes. And so, ladies, you've been here all day.
All day. Yes.
I mean, really, really, you know, we talk about the war room. You guys are the war room. The amount of information that you're going over is tremendous, and it's nonstop.
Happily, it's nonstop.
Yes, you're right about that. It's strange in that it seems like both of you have been here for a very long time, but you really haven't been. You've been here a little over a year, and you've been here.
Year and a half almost.
Yeah, I mean, but if you were to ask me, oh, you know, 3-4 years, whatever, what was it like for you to come into this environment? I knew you knew Nick previously. Did you have any idea what you're getting yourself into? No. Okay.
I knew my boss and who he is, and my relationship with him and how to work with him. So I knew that would go smoothly. The grandness of the school is what took me a little bit by surprise.
Define grand, it would like what?
The pig roast, 4,500 people, that's a lot.
Yeah, that would.
The enthusiasm of the alumni also really, you see it live,
Yeah.
these events. So that's something I wasn't expecting. So it's a nice thing to see, of course, at the events. Didn't know all of what I was walking into.
It's a little intense.
It could be.
You know, but it's also fun. You know, and we had fun today walking around doing those little promo videos. You got to see the boys in action in the classroom, and they're interesting, aren't they?
Yeah, you could tell the ones who are gonna be those alumni that stick out in the future.
Yeah, you really can. Can't you?
You're dying to grab.
Oh, they wanted to ring the bell so badly. The one kid didn't want to give the bell back. I can't blame him. You know, and I think you're absolutely right. You can see them, what they're going to be in 10 or 20 years. And now you have a better understanding for why this school is run by adult buffoons in so many ways.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
firsthand you see it. And Viv, same for you. You know, you come in a very professional background, and you walk into this place. But you seem to truly enjoy interacting with our alumni.
I do. I mean, I was delightfully surprised when I started meeting alumni after alumni, and it felt like they had known me for a very long time. It's a very welcoming place. It's a family. And for me, it was a beautiful change. It was challenging because I had been in my same job for 17 years. But I love community faith-based projects. I love working together. Marissa and I work great together.
Yeah.
We have a new member to the team. I love seeing things come to fruition like this. Of course, we've been here the entire day, but at the end of the day, it's so amazing because this is for our boys. You know, it's wonderful to see all those alumni that come back and without even thinking of how many hours they're there, they participate, they volunteer. Now we have the younger alumni coming in, and each one of those young men, and you know, they're wanting to give back. The ones who are not established professionally want to volunteer, like for tailgate. You know, for me, it's been amazing. You know, I love it. I truly enjoy it so much that sometimes I have to stop myself because I'm in a class reunion and I'm having a wonderful conversation because the stories are amazing. And I mean, every year is very particular. You might have a year that's a little bit more rowdy, but you have such amazing characters, such alumni who have these crazy stories. I remember one of our class reunions, we were trying to leave and they were having such a good time, but we were having a good time also. But you know, the next day was a school day, and the next thing we was out on our alumni ended up in some of our alumni ended up in
Yeah.
There's also some guys from the '84 reunion still back. You got here so fast.
So 17 years, you had a nice steady gig, and you chose to come here. What was the overriding factor that made you say, you know, I think I want to do?
I mean, it was very satisfying because it was a very professional, a job that I had the ability to grow into for many years. But I had worked as a volunteer for Carrollton when my kids were young.
Okay.
And it was beautiful to work in a school. You see so many beautiful things happen. And when I came here, it was to the 10th power because the things that happen here don't happen anywhere. This is like a college and you have the faith-based environment. We work as a community. And I also happen to know Mr. Ramos from way back when he used to attend Columbus, as we worked at one point together many years ago.
And you still speak to him.
I do.
It says a lot, doesn't it?
That's another version of him. Let's just say he's grown up. He's matured.
Subject to review. What do you enjoy about coming to work every day?
The friendships that I get to make, either with other staff members or with alumni, being able to talk to them, like a lot of the guys that have been on the live stream today. It's not just like in passing. We're never in passing. You know, we get to really make connections with those alumni. Avian, you know, him and I have worked together really closely on the pig roast, and past pig roast, I still want to talk to him, even if it's a crazy day. You know, I enjoy talking to him and I enjoy being his friend now. So being able to make friendships like that, me going to ultimately make them feel welcomed back. They'll always have a place here. So being able to, you know, continue, whether they come to Minor Vivian's office in the corner of the Moss building, you know, it's just a nice space for them to come and make them feel welcomed outside of events, you know, just building friendships with these guys.
One thing that both of you do is there are so many events at this place. There's always something happening. Your ability to plan ahead and multitask, okay? I wish people could see what you guys do because this doesn't happen by itself. This event today, the amount of preparation that goes into this and all the computing, tabulation, to get to where we want to be. There looks to be some kind of activity on the board. Anything we need to know?
84 is closing the gap very quickly.
84 is closing the gap.
The Bell family also representing big time in the last couple of minutes.
Family.
The Bell family.
Can we ring the bell for the Bell family?
I think it's only these.
Go ahead, double. Best bell ringing of the day, no question. So things are happening. We're in good shape.
Yep, we're gearing up in the final stretch. Last 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 20 minutes. Big news coming. Hopefully in the next couple minutes. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned, indeed.
Feel pretty comfortable.
Do you now?
I think Marissa might have some questions for you.
Do you?
Tables are turned.
Okay. Yes.
How many airline points do you think you have now traveling?
Oh, yeah, picked up a few. Picked up a few, but you know what, like you guys are saying, I don't really look at it as a hassle or anything like that. I mean, traveling, traveling. But to, you know, to come and do this, you know, and it's great to be part of a team. And and I always enjoyed, you know, when I was young, playing, coaching. There's nothing better than being part of a team. Being a cog in the wheel and doing your job, and everybody's in sync. And I think advancement clearly has that going. And is, you know, again, Nick hasn't been here really all that long, but it seems like this team's been in place for a while. So the future is wide open. I think we've got great things going. What Flash does, what Brother does, Tom, Nick, you guys.
I think the team has the ultimate goal, the same goal at the end of the day. It really helps put everything together, make everything work in sync.
And I also think that the line to that is always moving, because when we're in the event, it's great, but once it finishes, we always have our post meeting with President Khrushchev, and we're always looking, okay, how can we make it better?
What can we do better?
What do our alumni want? What do they enjoy most?
Yeah. So no, I mean, getting a chance to come down and do this, I mean, we talk every day basically anyway. But you know, when it all comes together like this is coming together, there's no better feeling. And you know, both of you brought a sense of professionalism, class, and elegance to this institution, which could use some of that. You know, there's an all-male environment. And are you guys enjoying being in an all-male environment? I mean, there are many other female here, but I mean, let's face it, it's an all-boy. There's 1,700 idiots running around this place. And there's 16,000 idiot alumni, you know, so there's a lot of that, a lot of buffoonery. Comfortable with.
Enjoy it. You know, I could talk to sports, I could anything else really. So I enjoy being able to talk to the guys, and you know, it's a little bit different. It's not as maybe a high maintenance of a relationship or friendship to maintain with guys. So they won't ever be mad at you for posting something about them on Instagram or something, you know, like it's easy to change friendship.
For me, it's not about that. For me, it's about the stories. For example, the times that I've seen you in reunions, and I've seen grown men and their eyes water when they're talking about a special moment in their lives that they had with you while they were here. I mean, those stories are amazing. There is no sex barrier, whether female or male. It's the fascination about how these guys can have such strong emotions and such kinship and such an amazing feel for a brotherhood that truly exists. It's not a slogan. It's not something you say from word of mouth. You see it. You see these guys haven't seen each other sometimes in years, and you see them hugging each other, and they don't want to leave. They enjoy coming back to a special place. And every time you hear those stories, it's another version, because there was no gym, you know, the L building didn't exist, and it's just amazing, the philanthropy that goes on in our community. And there are people that you wouldn't even think have, you know, the means to do so, because they're so low key and sensible. You know, that's what I find fascinating. And that's why I think this day is so important and so amazing, because all of you come out and you show that.
That's a perfect summation. It really is. This is a special place, and you know, it's being demonstrated in spades tonight by what these guys are doing. So on behalf of everybody, you guys, the war room is the war room. You get it done. Melissa's been a soldier all day, and I think the best is yet to come. We're going to close this out.
I agree.
And so, Marissa, Vivian, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's an honor and a pleasure to work with you guys, and we'll be back real soon, I think, with some exciting. Yeah. Yeah. What? So you got